My family, the Yagami clan, once reigned supreme. Its legacy entwined with the eternal symbol of fire. But fire alone does not define its power. Beneath the radiant glow lay a secret, a shadow unseen by the eyes of the world. On the day when the flames of our clan were extinguished, my elder brother chose the path of silence, bearing the weight alone. But I swore to fight back. Why did you do this? The fire blazes with light, but the shadow fuels the fight. My family, the Yagami clan, once reigned supreme. Its legacy entwined with the eternal symbol of fire. But fire alone does not define its power. Beneath the radiant glow lay a secret, a shadow unseen by the eyes of the world. On the day when the flames of our clan were extinguished, my elder brother chose the path of silence, bearing the weight alone. But I swore to fight back. Why did you do this? The fire blazes with light, but the shadow fuels the fight. My family, the Yagami clan, once reigned supreme. Its legacy entwined with the eternal symbol of fire. But fire alone does not define its power. Beneath the radiant glow lay a secret, a shadow unseen by the eyes of the world. On the day when the flames of our clan were extinguished, my elder brother chose the path of silence, bearing the weight alone. But I swore to fight back.
Why did you do this?
The fire blazes with light, but the shadow fuels the fight.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, survivors of all ages. This is the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2025 fall season. Week 3, day 2, which means yet another team qualifies for the grand finals today. I'm the Mustachio AJ, and with me on the desk is the one and only Gideon.
Thanks, AJ. It's good to be back once more to see another day of Free Fire, especially since Phase 2 has already been so interesting, with the first day of Phase 2 already looking very good for teams like Pharaoh. Coming into day number 2, the question is who else is going to be joining them?
Yeah, I mean, yesterday was a total surprise. Nobody expected Pharaoh to come out of the gates in that fashion. I mean, they were absolutely getting dunked on in the first 2 games, and then out of nowhere, back-to-back booyah, and found the qualifier by the end of the day. They definitely had a couple of Red Bulls for themselves. And by the way, Red Bull Zinc and Vitamin from Thailand is supplemented with Zinc B3 as well as B6, featuring a mild taste that helps players stay highly focused and seize each and every single opportunity to achieve stylish booyah victories, just like Pharaoh yesterday. Nobody expected it, but you know, when you've got Red Bull on your side, I guess you can achieve great heights.
Hey, they trusted their energy drink, and now we're looking for other teams to actually jump on board now rather than later, because every single one of these days are going to be going by, and more teams are going to be extra eager, because, I mean, I'm looking at the top 3 rankings. I get it, you know, RRQ, WAG, and Falcons for you. They were doing especially well yesterday, but I'm looking at the teams just under them. BRU, EVOS Divine, as well as PE Sports.
Yeah, I totally see exactly where you're coming from. I mean, PE Esports is just that sort of a team. On a good day, they will be able to whoop even teams like Falcons as well as RRQ into shape. I totally agree with you. I think Vietnam has got what it takes. EVOS, though, Gideon, they have been sleeping for quite a while. You think these Tigers are going to wake up today?
At some point, they have to, right? Because if it doesn't boil down to them having to recover the entire game, then they're winning games. They're finding their booyahs. They're finding that momentum that they were looking for. I would say the same for PE Sports, but it really boils down between WAG and PE Sports for me, right? I think the argument is still going to be there. PE Sports, they did very, very well during the first week, at least, you know, standing pretty high up in the standings, but compared to WAG, they just seem to be the more consistent team overall.
Yeah, speaking of consistent team, Buriram has been pretty questionable. We'll get back to that conversation in a little bit. Let's talk about the prize pool for a bit, right? And this is not the total prize pool. Just the champion alone walks away with $100,000 US. How insane is that, Gideon?
It's too insane. It's life-changing money. But let's not forget about the ranked second and as well as third, who get $40,000 and $20,000 individually. And also team of the day and as well as grand finals MVP with another $4,000 USD slapped on as a very pricey price tag for being the best.
Absolutely, man. And of course, just like Gideon said, Phase 1 is all over. This time it's Phase 2. And as you can see at the knockout stages, the 30th and the 31st, today's the 31st on a Sunday, it is going to be qualifiers day. So all throughout the 3 weeks, including this one, the top team will move on to the grand finals directly. And of course, we've got week 6 later on, where the remaining 12 teams will do battle, and the top 6 teams of that particular lobby will qualify to the grand finals as well. And this is the breakdown of that.
Our tournament format starts off with the knockout stage. 6 teams, and the first team of each of these days move on straight into the grand finals. Now, there is a last chance for everybody else who didn't make it into that last chance, and more so after working their butts off to make it past Phase 1. That last chance will consist of 11 teams from Week 5 and all the way up till the 18th place teams on the 20th September and 21st of September.
And of course, the point system will stay the same as usual. You hit the booyah, you walk away with 12 points, 9 points for that second place. You minus 1 point for each consecutive spot that you take on the overall placements, except down at the bottom, 11th and 12th place gets you no placement points at all. You can buffer yourself though. Each and every single elimination out there gets you 1 point.
Now, we've seen plenty of teams, right? We've seen this point system. Nothing much has really changed for the most part for the past month at least. These teams are coming up really, really huge, and it's going to be difficult for them, especially when we're looking at tiebreaker rules, because we've never really had to use them. But the ties are broken in the following order: number of booyahs, total eliminations, and finally, survival rank on the final round.
Yeah, we've never had to go to the survival rank on the final round before, but looking at how close the competition has been getting season after season, I will not be surprised if we get pushed all the way there. But of course, the bigger question is going to be whether or not we get our tiebreaker rules activated at the grand finals, or we get to see it in the knockout stages in itself. One other change that has been absolutely phenomenal and well received by the community is the unique active skills that has been in play for all of the squads out there.
Every player has to to use a unique active skill, and each player in a team needs to be using a different active skill, right? You're not going to be doubling up upon your active skills, and more importantly, we've seen the meta really shift. Everybody's trying out new things. I don't think anybody's really found a solid build just yet if we're going based on purely the best teams. Now, the Grand Finals format, of course, we're going to go with the Champion Rush. Teams with 80+ points enter the Champion Rush state, and to achieve a Champion Rush team Booyah, they'd be crowned the champion. So after 80 points, achieving a Booyah will allow them to win straight away. But there are tiebreaker rules. If no team gets a Booyah in Champion Rush by Game 10, the highest points in overall standings will be champion.
We almost got there at EWC, but of course, EWOS Divine managed to close it out after being the first team to activate the Champion Rush condition. I mean, everybody, we were on the edge of our seats, but of course, with them closing it out, it just shows that if you go on out there, you activate it, perhaps you might just have Lady Luck smile at you at some point. But of course, it was way too scary. Even RRQ almost got there, but this is today's team list. Flash joins the list of group that you saw yesterday, and of course Pharaoh doesn't play because they've qualified over the Grand Finals already.
Which leads to our team lineups. Everybody here has got some form of experience. Everybody here is eager to make it to the next stage and get that free buy, because it's just a couple extra days for you to just relax, chill a little bit, and research upon your opponents coming up to that Grand Finals.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, Team Flash, with the return of Chinhana, I think the team has got a brand new flavor overall to the squad, and they have been playing at their very best. I'm quite impressed, but of course, even that being said, they could not get the top 12 by the end of Phase 1, which was quite surprising, because on their good days, they were just like the Esports, really able to hit hard with those eliminations and the overall points, but they blow hot and cold most of the time. So hopefully today we get the hot version of it.
I think it definitely goes to show, if you learn anything from yesterday, you really need a couple of hot games that breaks that ceiling and helps you get over that plateau. Teams who are looking to try to be consistent throughout all of them really depends on how this extra team is going to change the dynamic of the entire server.
Yeah, no doubt at all. And of course, you've got WAG. Yesterday was a phenomenal day for them. They tried really hard. Unfortunately, one Booyah was all they could afford. Apart from that, they did have quite a number of top 3s in the day of play. They almost hit a Booyah on Purgatory as well as Nexterra. Overall, did really well, but still overtaken by Falcons by the end of the day. And this was mainly because they were focusing so much on getting into the final circles, they were dropping the ball big time on those engagements. Even though they are phenomenally skilled on their mechanics, they were not getting into a lot of gunfights. Fingers crossed today is going to be a little bit of a different story. I still hope to see them in those final circles, but maybe with a few more eliminations.
I think they're just laying the foundations, right? If yesterday is anything to attest to what WAG is trying to do, it's getting into that final ring to put yourself in a position for a Booyah. And yes, they achieved it once in those 6 games yesterday, and a majority of their games, they were actually top 3, except for their first game and their 6th game, which is what costed them that first place to begin with, right? Again, nobody knows who else is going to step up to the table today to try and kind of shake those top standings.
Yeah, and granted, of course, they almost qualified, but Pharaoh, they were just way too good. Super solid. The circle, the final circle on Solara especially, favoring them very heavily. Granted, they manufactured some of that luck as well by placing themselves in a really good spot. They had a super fantastic read on the circle. Quite a number of teams did, but they had the best defensive spot. They didn't really need to move, and they were taking pot shots at everyone from inside their compound. It was just a great game by Pharaoh yesterday. In fact, great day by Pharaoh yesterday. Well-deserved qualifier. Today, another team gets to earn the exact same. That number 1 team, regardless of where they kind of, trump things on, right? Whether it's placement points or eliminations, it doesn't matter. As long as they are at the top of the table by the end of the day, they will qualify to the finals directly.
If Pharaoh can manufacture these Booyahs and wins to get that free buy into the Grand Finals, everybody else is just looking to manifest. And for me, I'm looking at Bigatron and I'm like, what happened? What happened, Bigatron? So many of their gunfights aren't going in their favor. Getting into top 3 is usually, alright, sure, yeah, if they wanted to, they could, but they're walking away with like 9 eliminations on some of their best performing maps. Their best performances through yesterday, yet it's just not enough at all. Even when you're talking about the Kings of Solara, they did very poorly yesterday, so hopefully they kind of wrap it up, put it in a little bundle, and fix it today.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday was a very disappointing run on Solara for Bigatron for sure. And yeah, they call themselves the Kings of Solara, and they don't look like kings at this point of time. Well, we haven't seen many of those Solara maps thus far in the competition as far as Bigatron is concerned. So fingers crossed today is going to be a little bit of a different story. In round number 4, we do get to see a little bit of Solara. This is where Bigatron can wake up. But of course, one of the stars for us to watch out for would be Wang M. 29 eliminations so far with 23,000 damage overall. I mean, alongside the rest of his squad, this guy is definitely a superstar.
Oh no, absolutely. I think especially for Flash, he's definitely stepped up to the plate because we're seeing them fix a lot of their initial mistakes we saw from the last season. Their hot drops are looking significantly better. Obviously, their end game scenario is very good on the macro, but their micro has always been a big problem. Do they have enough firepower? Do they only depend on one person? But now they've opened up more opportunities, which goes to our next topic. Which team will get the most eliminations? Because the losing team has to do the rotating elephant this time while wearing the loser headband.
Well, yesterday we saw the Vietnamese team as well as the host wear the loser headband, but we were promised that they were going to do a leopard dance. I have no idea what in the world that was, but they did no dance, all right? It was very disappointing. Danny and I were extremely disappointed, so I hope to see some sort of rotating elephant later on today. But as far as the game schedule is concerned, we start things off at Alpine, heading into Nexterra for Game 2. Game 3 and 4 would be at Kalahari as well as Solara, and of course that's going to be the most exciting one on Game 4 as it's the brand new map, which kind of throws things into disarray. But Game 5 and 6, we go old school back, Purgatory as well as Bermuda to close the day off.
It almost seems like they've kind of inversed the order of which we were hoping, or what most people are going to be used to seeing. We change up the maps every single day. Just got to keep everybody on their toes. Again, momentum is a very big thing in Free Fire. This way teams are really going to have to work to achieve.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, and this is the beauty, right? We don't have the randomizer to kind of bring a map in for a repeat on the exact same day. What we do have is a rotation of maps which you will not be able to guess. And of course, some teams are better on certain maps, and you might just be that lucky squad that loves Alpine. Perhaps you are Buriram. Perhaps you are a team that knows how to dominate and find their way into the deep circle on Alpine very easily. If that is so, you're going to start the day off fantastically here. And it looks like the fight path is going to be pretty kind to them as well.
Pretty generous flight path overall, but once we're on Alpine, you know somebody is going to get hot dropped. Snowfall is going to be open this time around with Buriram, as well as Team Flash looking to drop down by Snowfall. Garrison's going to be taken by Torak. It looks like they want the third, but on the southern side, we're seeing that EVOS Divine, Team Falcons, Bigatron, ooh, even WAG getting involved there.
Yesterday was a very poor day for GOW, and today they start off on one of their best maps. So fingers crossed this is going to really change the trajectory of the team's performance overall. If GOW has a hot start here, then we can expect to see more from the Vietnamese squad, but it looks like another squad from Vietnam seems to be tortured at this point of time. Death bleeding out right on top. ABCD too far away to have that save. And instead, Team Flash will choose to back away from Buriram.
It looks like they're backing away into the fishing nets of a Torak here. The Zom has to fight back. Wasana, unfortunately, didn't respond in time. As Wangan falls down, Joanna needs to try and find as many eliminations as possible as the crews will finish up the rest of these downs.
Oh, unfortunate. As Flash tries to get away from Buriram, Toda does manage to catch a spot on them. Taking out Wang M is just the very start here. We do see one revival, so Flash, okay, make that 2. So Flash is pretty much going to still be in play, and that pretty much baited out a battle between Buriram and Toda, and that's not good news for the Malaysian squad.
No, it isn't, but they're trying to be efficient as much as possible, but oh man, Joanna, really aware. Also, just isolating his fights extremely well. They went for the 2 and 2, 2 to chase ABCD, and the other 2 to kind of hold back onto Buriram's side, but now we cut back over to BTR because they're getting involved with the Falcons. I didn't think they would get into this fight as early as now, but one was able to find one into Pina, and this forces the 3v3. There is a revival point. There is a POI that both sides are going to be contesting for.
Oh, Falcons. They want to fight, and Bigatron, who used to be known as the Falcon Hunters, are going to be on the back foot here as Limit finds one. Roro using the downtime to pull that quick revival in. One bleeding out as the rest of the Bigatron players find a little bit of cover. Very smart play because of that high ground held here by the Falcon players. Taking a open ground battle is just going to be absolutely disastrous. In the meantime, Virtus Pro losing numbers to RRQ.
That's not what you want to see, but we cut back to BTR one more time. Left in there, Rin has to make something happen. If he could get a trade, that'd be great, but unfortunately, the double swing is just too much for him to handle. As we cut back over to Snowfall, Cruz, he's been hovering around here for a little bit, and Todak still pretty scattered, trying to look for initial picks to slow down BRU.
Yeah, once again, this is one of the better maps for Buriram. Moshi in a CQC. Very dangerous. Has the AC-80 and still gets it. My lord, this guy. Videls, even with the M590, could not do Moshi in. And Wasana, just on that revive with the P90 of all guns, manages to strike one down, loot him up, and be right back in business. 9 eliminations strong, Buriram, before even the 4th minute. And that is insane. And PLS1. Big opportunity dropped here. Missed that headshot. But of course, Wang M is here to back up ABCD. Overall, Flash just hasn't managed to find a break just yet.
Already, with Baros already being the one hunted down here. But overall, doesn't matter. It's just free information for now. WAG needs to deal with the people in front of them. RRQ do fall into the hands of Virtus Pro, but it doesn't really matter. They are very well looted up. Some high-tier weapons on their side. They are on the prowl, but unfortunately, it's going to be Abe who falls down. Dutz is going to back him up, trying to make sure that he doesn't get knocked as well. Diamond! Oh my goodness, top-tier weapons. Who needs it?
Well, Ma'al has 1,200, more than enough to buy back all of his brothers, and just in time as he got that double revive, gets shot down. RRQ on a huge reset, and that was insane because they already took away 2 players from the side of Virtus Pro initially. So that was a phenomenal comeback from the squad.
That is some damage being laid out. And again, we still haven't seen the second ring, and already so much action has kind of ensued for everybody else. Everybody's actively looking for elimination points. They don't want the Pharaoh situation to happen all over again. They need to be able to buff themselves up with points. And as we see the 18 Deers running around trying to look for traps, finally sees him at the very end here. He's got his little mini Uzi trying to make sure that he lands just enough shots, but unfortunately, it isn't enough.
Yeah, Traps had the Oscar. Valiant dashes through those glue walls. And of course, that mini Uzi just could not outdo him. Traps gets one easy point off of 18 Deer. RRQ again on the back foot. And this might just be all over for them. AGAL now catching up with RRQ, finding a bay, nailing him instantly. Ma'al on that revive, dropping fairly far away from the rest of the AGAL players. And now is going to be on a mission to at least find a couple of 100 coins to bring back one team member first.
He's gonna have to take his time here. He doesn't want to get into another engagement, but it feels like Todak has been causing chaos all over the map after failing the initial ambush in third by Snowfall. They split up into 2. They revived into many different points across the map through Militia, through Carousel, through Railroads, and now every other team who is caught in their tracks happens to attract more attention. And now, BRU, they notice the shots from the back. Esports, they like to play as 4. So let's see how BRU wants to anticipate this, right? Are they going to go head first into it, into 4 members? Is Wasana going to fall into those crosshairs? Or are they going to slowly creep up and hopefully flush them out with some nades first before they do anything?
Yeah, premature ice grenade there because I don't think Buriram knew the position of PE Esports. A easy headshot could have just been pulled off, but instead they went in there for the tags, anticipating Buriram to hide away inside the container. It kind of backfired now. A little bit of a standoff. They've got a great positioning here. LBT and Nero on the back lines. Nero with the AC-80 LBT with the M590 on standby. FGL just forcing them away. Pushing their rotation. Cruz up against Nolan. M590 in hand. Good pull of the time turner. And Cruz could not sneak in those shots just yet. Wasana appears out of nowhere, gets the headshot. And now in a 2v1, but the 180's just not on his side. Steffi popped as well. Extra layer of armor, and Nolan nails down Wasana. They drop the ball big time here. And now Jonah needs to save the squad somehow.
And this is what I'm talking about. PE Sports, they play so immaculately as for BRU going to disengage from this fight, allowing PE Sports to go for the chase. Moshi has to buy a little bit of time. Joanna already used the launch pad, and unfortunately PE Sports aren't going to take that same launch pad to chase. If Moshi is able to find a pick here, it might just slow down the entirety of PE Sports, allowing their captain to get ahead. And that's exactly what they want. Moshi, he's taking the damage, but he's forcing resources out of PE Sports. Wait, hold on. It looks like GOW wants to get involved just before we see Moshi hit the ground.
Yeah, beautiful flank by Lao Ho. And of course, the AC-80 with that range and damage. More than enough. Just one shot to put him down. And PE Sports earning 4 points. Although the initial mistake with the deep freeze was there, the positioning to play the phenomenal defense against a very aggressive Buriram turned out in their favor. And of course, I was not a big fan of the way Buriram approached that situation at all. Just sending in the crews with the M590 to start off that engagement, just put them on the back foot, unfortunately.
They don't have a lot of information to work with, right? They're trying to look for angles for them. They're not entirely sure what the battle lines look like, but against PE Sports, you just know that they want to swing you as 4. Exposé does find the initial knock here, and as well as another elimination point off of the Todak members who continue to look to find some kind of way to recover in this game, but they're running out of time. It's already the second zone. The third zone is eventually going to be revealed in just a little bit once this blue closes, but even so, it is not a good look. Todak now back into full fighting force. BRU still haven't recovered yet, but they're walking away with 9 eliminations, and Virtus Pro surprisingly also 9 eliminations in the bag.
Abe in a lot of trouble. Pina is just the wrong player for you to come across. Definitely is running a marksman at least on himself, and Abe is just managing to put a decent amount of distance between himself as well as the Falcon players. And Pina!
Triple kill.
AC-80. Didn't need a sniper for that one. Still manages to nail the guy in the back. Traps finds Maal as well. RRQ still being punished. And Wasana, although he had that glue wall up, the Riptide Rhythm just breaking down his defenses. And Buriram continues to struggle.
All teams who are playing for recovery are going to get hunted down now. Everybody else just trying to make sure that they don't go for a full reset this early on, as the revival points are going to be closing real soon. We see that Evos Divine playing on the outer side of the ring. Only 1 elimination here. Looks like they did find tier 3 armor and as well as body armor and as well as helmets. They're trying to rotate from the southern side into Todak. I'm not entirely sure where the other Todak members, but so far we only see 2. They could be playing their 2 and 2 at a different spot.
Wasana again. Oh my lord, Ray. This didn't take 2 seconds at all. Spotted the guy, went straight in for the shots, gets the knockdown. And then the rest of the players swooping on in, finding the connections. Aim God is not able to spam no key down. And they take over the airdrop instead. Beautiful defensive play by Evos, though. Even on the rotation, they find another.
They're learning from their mistakes. They're like, okay, we started off with a little too hot here. We reset it a little too many times in the previous games, and even yesterday. So now let's take it a little slower, right? Because if WAG from yesterday could show us anything, getting consistent placement points could be the difference maker in a lot of these scenarios. The eliminations, we'll worry about that once we get into maybe the 4th or 5th ring.
There were a couple of revives here on Evos. Not too sure why we can't see that on their nameplates, but that's all right. Fingers crossed that's fixed eventually.
Triple kill.
Fidel's still not finding a break, and the rest of the Todak players still have to continue on this revival spree. Surprisingly, even after all of those eliminations, we still have got every single squad alive here.
Nobody has been able to find a full squad wipe. Everybody has been able to actually manages to actually escape. And more so, it feels like a lot of these teams are very hungry for these thirds. Very aggressive start from everybody. Now that we're moving into the 11th minute of the game, going into the 12th. Oh, vehicles, and now getting shot out of the vehicle. PLS1 lands a beautiful headshot on Wasana.
RRQ, close proximity for Dirt, and Pina turns around with the Bison, and the Oscar saves him for a second, and Karoro appears out of nowhere to save his buddy Pina. That was just way too close, but of course, even if he did get knocked, the guy will still be outnumbered by the rest of the Falcon players, but that was a close call for Pina.
Very close call indeed. Speaking of close calls, BRU, unfortunately, just can't seem to find their footing in these matches so far. They want to control the center. They made a great prediction on where the next ring is going to be. The southern and southeastern sides of this map, heavily populated, but no ring circling above them.
How are they going to get away from this sticky situation? Buriram, they've been forced to revive this way too many times, but in a decent spot within the next circle. He was finding the backs of Bigatron. Bigatron turning the tables though. Rusted down on the ground and Ray just could not keep up his jig. The M590 and the Charge Buster both finding him at the same time. And he was once again faulted.
Yeah, unfortunate indeed. Tight corridor, I mean, there's only one way, somebody has to be on the outside scouting out. Unfortunately, they didn't notice that BTR quickly took the initiative, but still, BTR on the furthest side on the southern part of this map, and they still have a long way to get into this ring. Speaking of, just because it's tilted off to the compound to the left of Garrison, we'll see where this next ring is potentially going to move. Hopefully out into the open. Abe getting eliminated. BTR trying to jump over everybody else, but unfortunately getting shot out of the sky. BTR bow out in 10th.
Yeah, unfortunate. And of course, Falcons with the initial damage at AGAL, they were just in the better spot to see the flying Bigatron players to snuff them out in the air itself before they landed. But Buriram just has a very interesting defensive spot that they are holding deep in the middle of the circle. And they are on the pro right now, hoping and praying nobody sees them. But this is just way too many players in such a tight little spot. So much of open ground to work around with. Barely any defensive spots left here.
BRU, I mean, the fact is, it's not up to them, right? They're depending on everybody else to keep them safe. If somebody tries to go for the all-in, they could get punished with so many angles around them. They make amazing prediction on where the next ring is, and Virtus Pro, at the same time, had a rough understanding as well. They've got a beautiful wall to play around, and now they just have to make sure that they pepper everybody else and worry about WAG on their direct right. Narrow is extremely nearby as they look to take the space, hopefully to sneak past WAG, who finally take the shots to try and punish Nameless here, as they're spreading themselves very thin. Esports and as well as GOW start moving around on the outer side of the ring as Falcons push them in as well. Virtus Pro are forced to stand behind their concrete barrier. They cannot get any ground.
And WAG with the knock, and Moshi sneakily stole that point away. And Virtus Pro could not do much. They try to go in there for the rotation, but forced now back. And this is not really a bad position overall for Virtus Pro to hold on to WAG now. Receiving a couple of shots from Virtus Pro. They need WAG out of that position so that they can get into a better defensive spot. Falcons, on the other hand, the pickup onto Limit. Nothing much for them to worry about, but here comes AGL, Riptide Rhythm breaking down the defenses, and Limit follows up with those shots. Barros down, and Team SR can't do anything, being damaged by the blue, and the rest of the shots by the Falcon players. Easy shutdown. Jonah steals away 1 point as well. Buriram's just sneaking away point after point.
They're still trying here because right now VP, GOW, and as well as PE Esports are battling each other on this northern side of the final zone. And GOW, unfortunately, the first to get eliminated, but VP has taken a majority of the damage anyways. It's a 3v2 scenario as Falcons come blowing through the back, breach charging them, forcing PE to utilize their resources. Riptide Rhythm on top of the glue wall melters inside a metallic container. VP get to sneak away for now, but they give nowhere to move. The glue wall melters will eventually reveal their position. Exposi still alive, still trying to keep up, but Limit is the one who takes him out. Hwanam finds WAG's 2K. And at this point, it looks like Flash is the one in a primary position. Nobody's harassing them at all, and they are just beaming down the members. WAG the first to fall.
And Jonah is still fighting eliminations, but now the jig could be up. Pina spotting out Jonah, being forced in by the glue walls, as well as the circle right behind him. Pina is on standby with the Drogon up against the M590. Jonah tagged up by the blue just a tad bit. And of course, Pina with the follow-up on the Drogon gives Falcons yet another point. But surprisingly, PE Esports still standing. Two teams aimed at them with the Riptide Rhythms and still could not find the connections with those shots. And PE somehow avoiding some of these major conflicts.
Oh my goodness, Falcons quickly using the portal go to switch to the opposite side. Unfortunately, VP eventually bowing out as Flash has been holding a very powerful position of their own, punishing every other team for the lack of context, they haven't really been moving out too much. They've just been harassing everybody else, and Hwangam in a very dangerous position, and Flash need to take the space to make sure that they can back him up as they close off these angles. They want to force Falcons, or at least PE, into the Falcons, and then go for the third at the very end. And Limit, he needs a pick here to open up something for this squad, something for Falcons to look for a booyah at the very end, knowing that PE is chasing their tails. They're starting to run out of resources. Glue walls, very limited at this point, as PE Esports now holding a powerful position of their own. Falcons have to be the ones that make something happen, and on fire, Kiroro fine too immediately as the Riptide Rhythm has been thrown. Luckily, with the way that the landscape is shaping out to be, they have a little bit of cover. They just need to keep their heads down, playing on the lull to slowly rotate to the top as Falcons continue to rotate. They're pushing. They just mirrored Team Flash, and now it's a ring around the rosy between all three of these teams.
Yeah, beautiful Riptide Rhythm earlier on, and of course, the action from the rest of the players on the side of Falcons to get those knocks were instantaneous, but the recovery is more impressive. The teams with the instant pickup definitely running the theme, and what a Riptide Rhythm to Falcons, and now PE Esports opening fire as well, helping out Team Flash. Falcons responds with their own Riptide Rhythm to PE, but the time turner is there to save them, and this three-way battle is just way too good.
It's too good, but Limit finds Hwangam's head, domes him, forcing at least for Flash to try and recover. Again, Falcons are the ones who are running out of resources. They managed to loot up all across this final zone, and PE just don't want to participate. Quickly taking the monster truck. Lao Ho's the next to fall. Nolan as well as Narrow, they made a mistake. They're forced to actually hide, but they luckily still have the electrotherapy coming in from their Cassie on fire. He's getting picked up and put down again every single time, and even the Riptide Rhythm to stop this rotation, forcing the 2-on-2. Now split. Falcons have to take 4 members by themselves with their 2, while the back's getting shot by Nolan as well as Narrow, and they're working perfectly as Limit fights 1. He can't finish them off, and unfortunately with Pina the last one alive, he's already done God's work in finding 1, can't find a second, forcing Flash to stay on top. 2v1 to close out this 3-way battle.
Unbelievable comeback from Team Flash, and this is what I'm talking about. This is how Team Flash started the group stages. But of course, this performance did not last long back then. But today, they don't need to last long. They just need to last the day. And if this is how they're going to start, I am all smiles for this team. A phenomenal game. But of course, Team Falcons had a great number of eliminations compared to Team Flash earlier on already. But the final bout of action was chaotic and beautiful at the same time. PE Esports with a massive mistake, taking the monster truck and circling around the very edge of the blue, got sniped by the player on the side of Falcons, lost 1, and the 2 players getting their health ticked down by the blue. Like you said, instant recovery with the electrotherapy, and then the backstab onto the Falcon players put them on the back foot. Falcons supposed to focus on Team Flash, but Team Flash had the better opportunity there with the backstab by PE Esports. Falcons, they had their attention split and unfortunately had to falter. If they had walked away with the booyah, that would have been a crazy, massive pointer for them.
Yeah, no, that would have been pretty crazy. I don't know. It just feels a little unfortunate that the Falcons had to deal with 2 Vietnamese squads who had the exact same strategy of, we're playing to be the very final team. We don't want to commit because as soon as we do, it's an instant third, and it forced Falcons to be like, man, this sucks. Let's split 2-on-2 and see what we can get.
I mean, it was a great game. There's just no way of telling how that match was going to go because open grounds, not a lot of defensive spots to work around. In fact, no defensive spots to work around with. You just had to depend on your resources, and those resources were getting, crushed, right? Especially with those Riptide Rhythms. It was just so beautiful, like watching that phenomenal triangle of Riptide Rhythms go through from Falcons to PE, from PE to Flash, from Flash to Falcons. The final circles are just getting better and better as the days go on by here in the fall season. Absolutely love it. But of course, just like yesterday, another shocker. We did not expect Pharaohs to find the qualifiers so quickly, and we definitely didn't expect Flash to open up with a banger of a matchup. I think they managed the final circle so well.
I mean, let's look at the highlights and talk about this story right from the very beginning, because it all started with them hot dropping BRU on Snowfall side, getting collapsed upon and falling into the nets of Todak, and then somehow recovering while every other squad on the southern side or even on the northern side were just struggling. Todak, for an example, who was struggling to find their feet. BTR also struggling to find their feet. Even BRU, after having two major fights, the first one going well, the second one just put them on the back foot, and then their ankles were just tied up the entire game.
Yeah, multiple times Team Flash came across Buriram and they still survived. This game was just, unlike any other for Team Flash. This Vietnamese squad just had that grit in them this time round. And this is your MVP from Team Flash, the Zom. 3 eliminations, 5 knockdowns, 2,677 on the damage. Running the J-Beam Stiva as well as the Olivia on the passives. And of course the Electrotherapy with Cassie on the active. Great combination of skills, and he's technically the backup player. He's the support player who's walking away as the MVP.
He's keeping his entire team topped up, right? Making sure that they stay alive, and more importantly so. With the addition of the AC-80, everybody's new fun favorite gun, it's nasty. You get picked off so quickly against it, and that's just with one person. Imagine 2 people, an entire squad running a bunch of these.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, the squads are running a bunch of these, right? Insane stuff. Death with the 4 eliminations, ABCD and Wang M with 1 each. Overall, not a massive game as far as eliminations are concerned, but they did get the booyah, 12 placement points in hand. Plus, these eliminations are going to carry them quite a bit in that, very start of the day. Of course, they're going to be at the very top of the lobby, but we also have to see exactly how many eliminations Falcons walked away with, because there's a high probability they're going to snatch the #1 spot away just through their aggression.
Based on what they're running here, they're also making sure that they have the Skylarn alongside the Chrono, right? So again, in terms of like raw, how are we going to affect the battle? It's about, again, sticking as 4, more so waiting for ABCD to try and open things up with the Oscar. If not, they can move their anchor points alongside the entire team. But in terms of game standing, Falcons are still coming up on top with a total of 26 points, 8 from placements, 18 from eliminations.
Massive game. Once again, Team Falcons, they were on a roll. Definitely deserved the booyah at the very end. Like you said, a tad bit unlucky coming across 2 Vietnamese squads who were so desperate for the victory. And PE Esports ruined the chances of Falcon with the phenomenal circle around with the monster truck. And of course, PE walking away with the 3rd spot, 10 eliminations, 9 placement points as they finished in 2nd with a total of 19. Down at the bottom though, we've got teams like EWOS, Toda, as well as RRQ. Clocking in not too many points at all. You can kind of throw in WAG as well as Bigatron in together with them, getting 8 points each. Surprising that RRQ and EWOS didn't go far this time around.
Yes, again, lots of these teams in the bottoms of the standings just could not recover as much as they wanted to, which is, again, a little different from what we saw yesterday. These teams are being not only hyper-aggressive, but, again, very advocating to say, hey, we're looking for thirds. We got to be able to start thirding our opponents, because once the chaos starts breaking out, like teams like Todak, for an example, yes, we may not be able to get back on our feet, but we're also going to ruin the chances of everybody else.
I mean, if they can find a way to do that, of course, they may want to focus on that, or they could just really focus on finding the final circle, because there is a good probability that they're not going to find the qualifier that easily. So therefore, they should really focus on just sharpening up their skills for that grand finals day. Because at the end of the day, of course, on week 6, they need to aim for top 6 to find the qualifier into the grand finals. And then once you're there, I mean, you have to find any way whatsoever to at least play the game of survival if you are not good at the gunfights. And we know Toda has not been faring very well on those gunfights. You should be able to pick up a good sum of the prize pool as long as you can survive deep into these circles game after game.
Yeah, and we saw that during week 1, right? It's very possible for Todak to try and read, to kind of feel out the lobby to see where that final circle is going to be. It's just surviving up until that point, or usually for a lot of teams who play on the outer side of the circle, that one decision to make the rotation against all the odds, against all the gatekeepers firing at you, you just have to push the compound.
Yeah, I mean, and of course, easier said than done for sure, but we would love to see that out of them because, like you said, in week 1, we kind of saw that. Week 2 as well, Toda did show us some signs of life. they were getting better and better, albeit they did not have any booyahs to their side. Surprisingly, it was Expand that had 2 booyahs from the Malaysian side, which was quite phenomenal, but still, they couldn't really climb up the leaderboard all that too much. That would be quite interesting to see when they do make it into these lobbies to find their qualifier for that grand finals, whether or not they can sneak away a couple of booyahs for themselves as well.
Well, that's assuming that they can, right? Because again, seems like even VP, they made some really good reads on when that ring is going to be, but unfortunately the rest of the lobby was also pushing into their side, and even if they wanted to change, they were kind of locked into their decision because of WAG. So it feels like the Vietnamese at this point are really good at just anchoring on their spots, and if their predictions are right, they honestly find a 2x in terms of their raw profit by ring 4.
Yeah, and of course, this was a really good game for Buriram as well. They started off really strong. They had about 9 eliminations before even the 4-minute mark. And of course, things kind of slowed down a tad bit after that because they were getting wrecked by teams, team after team after team, especially Wasana. Every time he got revived, I don't know what's up with Wasana, but he hasn't found his footing in the competition just yet. And this is not looking good. If Wasana can't find his rhythm, then Buriram, they're not going to be able to pick up the championship this time round. But let's take a look at the Thailand team's performances. 90 points from Team Falcons on week 3, day 1. And of course, you've got Buriram with a total of 76 points. And this was a day of failure for Buriram. And they're still doing better than Virtus Pro as well as All Games Global.
All Games Global as well as Virtus Pro have completely separate problems, right? I think that Buriram United can take the time to actually just work on their mistakes, really work on making sure that they can stay as healthy as possible, because unfortunately, I think right now, it's because of all of these resets that's really hurting their odds. If they had all 4 members on top of Jonah when they were controlling the center of the ring, I think they would have a much better opportunity at kind of predetermining how they want to take initiations. More so, now that we're moving on to Nexterra, there's going to be even more compounds to play around.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And of course, Nexterra, we've seen RRQ pick up 2 booyahs so far. WAG is quite proficient here as well, alongside Team Falcons and PE Sports. Buriram has not been showing up on Nexterra for some reason. They've got 1 booyah to their name so far for sure, but they are one of the weaker teams on this map within this season. So if things gotta change, statistically, we need to see some big points from them here once again. But of course, many games now, Buriram has started aggressive very early on, and they haven't really showed up in that final circle strong. So fingers crossed we see the silent version of Buriram once again.
We might see it, we might not. It's a little tough to say with Nexterra, considering that all these Vietnamese teams are really, packing a punch when it comes down to the raw fights. And I think, considering we've already seen them play in some Clash squads, that they know how to play these 4v4s. But as we start flying in, hopefully you guys get excited as we are here, because we're looking into the future and hoping that Vietnam is going to come up on top to send a representative to an international. It all starts on the second map here in Nexterra.
Oh yeah, and let's not forget, it was PE that broke down Buriram in that engagement earlier on. It was Buriram as the aggressors going after PE Sports, but with a very lackadaisical approach to that whole aggression behind that tent, and PE Sports just dismantled them instantaneously, and that started off the downfall on that Alpine map for Buriram. So these Vietnamese squads, I would not mess with them, and it looks like RRQ is not taking that advice. They are going in here for a hot drop, and they find the Punisher onto Nero immediately.
Oh, they might even find a second one here. Unfortunately, 18 Deer, just enough movement, finds the double kill. Really nice hot drop here coming in for the side of RRQ to lead us off into this second match. Now, we look at Flash. Just behind them, it's going to be AGAL slowly creeping up behind them. Doesn't look like, again, they dropped in the exact same spots, even throwing out the UAV early on, but I don't know whether their loot is going to be good enough. I don't see body armors on 2 of their members. No helmets as well. In terms of weaponry, not the greatest in the world. And it looks like, Do is able to actually head up. Oh, it looks like Evos as well as PE Sports are not too far behind on the southern side. AGAL need to make a decision to either disengage or fight, but it's too late as Sypha is already down.
This is a tad bit unfortunate. Now AGAL up against Flash with a little bit of distraction as well from Evos. So they do manage to find one quick one. But Wang M finds a trade. Barros down on the ground. Dew trying to get away, but 2P Esports players right in front of him. This is just a sticky situation AGAL is now stuck in.
At least they were able to revive Sypha, right? He's going to be lingering around. He's going to head towards the southeastern side of the map, hopefully making his way towards Deca Square to see what's going on there, or maybe a couple of houses by the coastline if he keeps on heading south. But now, we go down to Rust Town, the highway already controlled by Limit as per usual, but Demon on the opposite end. Really good shots are being thrown out here by both of our players, just to make sure that they control this vantage point.
Falcons up against GOW. They've got the game of numbers here, at least against Dian. And obviously Dian could not survive for long at all in that encounter. Pina, very aggressive, pushing on forth all on his own, but a beautiful fake. Catches Akoy off guard, but did not have his gun out. Bursts forth with the Oscar, doesn't break down any glue walls. Trying to play the bait and switch, and the Riptide Rhythm of all things to break down his defenses. Pulls out the Steffi on top of everything else for an extra armor. But still gets nailed down. Unfortunate, but great play overall from the squad. WAG up against EVOS. This standoff is going to take a little while longer because it doesn't look like EVOS wants to get aggressive yet.
No, not at all. And WAG have been lingering around, right? It took them a while before they finally managed to regroup and control and lock down Plaza Rio. But as soon as they did, somebody else shows up. And unfortunately, for Karoro, oh, wait, saved by the bell, by On Fire, initially gets the pickup and turns it around. That's so unlucky.
That was just so smooth. Beautifully done. And RRQ has got a little bit of company as well. Sypha, just not a lot of health on him. Stuck in a battle up against two players. And just bodies hitting the floor all around the map. But the revivals are pretty instantaneous as well.
Nobody's wasting any time. Nobody's wasting any movements. They're trying to make sure that they stay as healthy as possible. These early fights will only happen within the first 2 rings. After that, it's already trying to make sure you don't get picked off. Don't want to have to forcefully go for a reset here. Especially for EVOS, they've already experienced it many times. They're slowly trying to inch away ground from WAG. But that second floor is a little hard to get through. Ray trying to cover his corners here, trying to inflate, trying to figure out whether or not he can flush out some of the members of WAG before peeking his nose in. He knows that one side of the stairs is covered, but he's not entirely sure of the second, even after flushing out the corners.
Rasia, FGL, shot straight through the stairs. Trying to find a tag on a WAG player. Aim God with the aggression. They're going to fight straight up to them. Had the Steffi on the pop as well. But just could not find any follow-up on that. Ray trying to flank around from the outer end. Will be able to find Cyrus. At least a few tags on him. Xbox could not go in for the save. And nailed down as well by Ray. The headshot on the level 1 MP5. And the counter by Tikui is just solid as well with the M590. And here comes WAG to hunt down the rest of EVOS. Rasia down, but the final second revival on Kochil keeps the squad in the game.
Oh man, Rasia was not designed for CQC. I mean, he's got a Charge Buster to be fair, but again, AWR and Charge Buster not exactly known for CQC. More importantly, so he's got to land those shots, but WAG walk away with minimal casualties as AGAL now get involved. They pick up Cyrus almost instantaneously, but the last 2 members are going to have a lot of problems doing as well as Baros. And Sypha as well, trying to take them out, and they've completely flushed them through. So great third coming in from AGAL.
Yeah, quick fingers by Tikui as well, managing to hit that revival before getting taken down. So WAG still is in the game. I mean, these last second revives coming through from the squads are just so exciting to watch. And still, after all that chaos, we have 12 squads surviving on this map. Just like how we started, of course, a few extra revivals needed to have a full lobby once again. But what a game we have started off with here. Rasia, just on that revive, thanks to Kochil, gets taken down yet again. This time Kochil will still have an easy play at this revival. Has 800 coins, double revive. Rasia Ray brought right back in. Needs to look for a few more to bring Aim God into this play as well. But there is a player from the side of RRQ looking for that vending machine.
Looking for that vending machine, but you can see the instant turnaround on that second revive player coming in from EVOS. I think he just spotted out some of the RRQ members. If not, he's just trying to land on the roof. Either or, there might be some more fighting in just a little bit. As we see Twin Bridge being taken over by the side of the Falcons, RRQ also a little hurt from their wounds, but well equipped for this upcoming battle. Cochil now having to hold on his own. The Trogon finds one, almost gets a second, but Maal quickly shuts it down, finds the trade straight off the bat. Oh, sees Ray turning the corner. He's got an AK in hand, but unfortunately can't find any shots as he doesn't have any glue walls to play with to leap over, or another friend to help him leap over this wall.
Yeah, Ray tried hard there. Well, obviously, he was not going to break down the glue wall or be able to hop on over. Like you say, those shoulder boosts coming on through. Ray P90 just on the revive. Doesn't have enough resources to take this 1v2. Maal has enough coins to buy a babe right back in. And RRQ back to a full squad. Cannot say the same for EVOS. They need one more revival. And Ray obviously doesn't need to do much here. He is going to be the sacrificial lamb, and the rest of the EVOS players can circle in looking for the next save zone.
The fight was isolated, but unfortunately Maal made the decision for Ray. And as the blue starts closing in, at least for the side of RRQ, they find eliminations for themselves. They're playing... Wait, hold on. BRU just launched themselves into RRQ. They're probably on the second floor, or if not the roof at this point. They're using the healing... they're using their heals, the UAV healing drone, just to make sure that they can top up healthily as they tank a bit of the blue damage. Not that it matters too much, especially when they have Ford on their side. Wasana drops down into the middle to not only find information, but can he actually make this work? Did they not know that RRQ was lingering around? I'm pretty sure they came here because of that, and they get picked off by Jonah. A good bait by Wasana.
Yeah, fantastically played by Wasana here. Everybody thought that he was all alone. Well, now they know that he's not. Easy revive. He brings Maal right back in. These boys are rich, but he sacrifices himself for that revival. And now RRQ in a tad bit of trouble. Of course, the squad does not get annihilated here thanks to that revival, but two players potentially going to go down here, as Buriram does have that high ground advantage and the grenade launcher of all things.
Oh, but Jonah is able to take him out behind the glue wall himself. Great use of the launchers, but at this point, RRQ have completely collapsed. They've already used a bunch of their resources to find revives of their own because of that initial play coming in from Wasana, baiting himself to allow Jonah to get the shot from the top end. But now that Dutz has already shown himself, I don't think Moshi is just going to let him go for free. He's calling the rest of the squadron to make sure that they cut off his exit points. Dutz, he can either run out into the open here from the side of Grab Labs, or he can just keep on buying time for his squad. He's got a member alive and hopefully heading outside, into the zone, away from the blue, as Dutz finally falls.
Well, Moshi is not going to let that one go easy. Buriram on their recovery game here after dropping the ball at Alpine. And 7 eliminations. A tad bit slower raking in those eliminations in this game, but of course slow just means better for Buriram. Just now the pacing was just way too aggressive, and now Jonah caught outside all alone. Double glue walls expanded and unfortunately Xbor is nowhere close to that window to break them down with the Riptide Rhythm, and Jonah gets to survive this one.
He gets to slip away as we see P Esports actually launching themselves to the northern side of Plaza Ria. So Jonah's not wasting any time. He saw everything that was happening down by Grav Labs. As soon as it was done, and as soon as it was just dudes left, he was already making his way over to Plaza Ria. As we see that the next circle is already circling around just the northern side of Deca Square. At this point, Boxygen, Mudside, as well as Deca Square, all these teams are going to be looking to play on the edges of those compounds to hopefully make a call on the right spot.
Buriram circling in from outside. GOW spotted out already. The timing's just off there. Wasana with the Trogon looking for a spot on the GOW player. Throws out the deep freeze first. Circling around towards the left-hand side. Has got backup from the rest of his team members, but gets flanked on. Riptide Rhythm breaking down his defenses, but in a timely manner drops those glue walls, and out of trouble he is. But Bigatron shutting them down from the right-hand side. Buriram somehow surviving.
All the crews, unfortunately, and as well as Wasana getting knocked down here, BTR have done what they wanted to do. They can't afford to take too much damage as we see the rest of BRU having to fight off so many teams and slowly peeling away as GOW as well getting involved as they take out 2 of their members. BRU have been pinched, but this means that BTR will be falling into their hands. We do see that VP is actually doing really well, finding eliminations on towards their opponents on the opposite end here, but RRQ They should be able to recover at this stage. It's still very early on, and even On Fire is finding members of RRQ. Moshi finds a headshot onto Akoe at this point from the side of GOW, but BRU are basically out of this fight. WAG, AGAL, Vitality, BTR by Vitality, and even GOW conquering the western side of the zone.
There's still a vending machine here to play right outside of Boxing Gym. And if BRU can get there, bringing back their team members shouldn't be much of an issue. But the problem here is it's being camped upon by two, not just one, but two teams from Vietnam. And the circle is going to hurt it a little bit. So Moshi and Jonah needs to get a move on. WAG trying to play gatekeepers as well to GOW. But they'll be pressured by the circle. Moshi jump pad as he moves straight on into towards the deeper end of that circle. In the meantime, Virtus Pro finding a couple of players from the side of Falcons, snuffing out their potential for Booyah here.
They're trying to make sure that they're snuffing it out real good. They don't want to put anybody at risk. Falcons now going for the all-in towards Team Flash's side, but it's not over because VP getting involved. They see the golden era. They see their arc. They're looking for opportunities, and now they found it as they've already taken out the members from Falcon's side. BRU get eliminated off screen. Kiroro is nearby trying to pick up Pina, but in the meantime, the Zom, he goes down first. Nameless already finds 3, finds 4 of the members, and he's already taken them all out. Honam, and as well as the Zom, luckily able to work with each other to get themselves back up, but VP, a devastating blow to not only Flash but also the Falcons as they take a really good spot on the northern side, and that might not be all. All this infighting has now caused BTR to sneak in and take the arsenal on the northernmost side of this next ring.
Very clean play from Virtus Pro, but they'll have to move now as the circle is gonna force them to find a better defensive spot. But the distraction from Falcons, obviously annoying, not allowing them to step out of the defenses just yet. They need someone else to interfere. Kororo finding Exposi Diamond with a trade back onto Pina just to slow down Team Falcons. Nameless really has to find something here, and he does exactly that. Alongside nobody now, solo on the play. Nameless somehow looking for the survival as he flanks around, teasing the blue. Kororo end limit right in front of him, playing his medkits first. That's really smart, at least for the time being. It's all about the timing now as Kororo circles on, outspots him, M590, the connection is there. But Kororo finds the final nail on the coffin for VP.
Falcons, great recovery. Somehow, despite the odds, are getting placement points. And teams, they're getting eliminated fast. That's also WAG, RRQ, the next to fall. As AGAL, Evos Divine, as well as Torak fighting. And now their backs are being opened up for BTR. At full fighting force, they manage to hold out this entire time at the edge of the arsenal. Unpunished and overlooked. Torak on the top side, on the roofs of Evos Divine. They can't really hop out, but we know for a fact that this next ring is pushing towards the eastern side. They eventually, somebody has to make the first move.
Well, Toda's still alive, and that's definitely a miracle already for the Malaysian squad. They'll have to go through the EVOS players to get deeper into the circle, and finding Rasya is a great way to do that. No more sniper on the side of EVOS. Coach Hill goes down as well. Toda successfully dismantles EVOS.
They take him out. And now we see who can make that rotation first. Toda looks like they're trying to make that first move. BTR has been tailing Falcons, knowing that they are hurt, knowing that they are missing members, want to go for these easy picks. And P Esports now, because Torak made that first move, means that they must die. And they've already blasted him. Nolan, luckily, he fell down, but they revive him straight away. As we see a full squad revival coming in from Limit just at the last second. They have an opportunity, but what are they going to use? They've got no loot. They've got to reset so late into the game. They're just free food. And BTR, they're looking up into the sky, and they've already found On Fire as P Esports. They're not even focused on the Falcon members. They'll take whoever they can, but they're slowly encroaching on BTR ground.
Yeah, great spot here by the player on the side of Falcons, looking for the drop right on top, and he just gets to watch all of this breakdown with his bird's eye view, not getting involved in this fight at all. Smart play by Falcons. They're definitely going to rip away some decent placement points here, but how are they going to get eliminations from all the way up there?
Not entirely sure, especially since the circle has been so generous to hover over such a tight area. Unfortunately, PE LBT goes down. Juan as well as Rin have been working together very, very well to clear out this compound bit by bit, knowing that the rest of the members are just a little lower. They're the only squad who has all of their members still alive, and as you can see, PE and as well as Falcons just don't want to be the first ones to go down.
Oh, beautiful snipe by Koja. In a CQC up against Nero, that AWM won it out. And now Bigatron up against Falcons. The Falcons Hunters are right back at it, but this time the Valiant Dash plays against Pina. Rin gets the backstab with the M590, and Bigatron by Vitality pulls away a much-needed booyah at Nexterra.
That's what we were hoping to see from them, and it looks like they've recovered very well even after what happened in map number 1. Successfully, and honestly, the odds were against them a little bit, especially coming from that northern side, but with all the action that's been happening and teams focused on other priorities, BTR were able to slip through to set them up for success.
Yeah, Bigatron only managed to pull away 8 points at Alpine earlier, so this was a big opportunity for them to play this game of recovery. And this should definitely put them in the running now for a little bit of a better position overall. Falcons, on the other hand, 26 massive points on game 1. And of course, they've managed to pick up some solid points here in game 2 as well. They should definitely maintain that number 1 spot, but a high probability Bigatron's going to be right behind them now.
Yep. I mean, this shakes things up at the very least, you know. I thought that maybe my predictions were completely going to be wrong, but at the very least, these teams are putting up one hell of a fight. And it seems like a huge shift from what we saw yesterday, at least.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, obviously, you know, when you have a bad day, you're going to look for a good day of recovery the following one. And I think PE Esports is trying to do that. They're just trying to survive a little bit longer in these circles and try to get in as deep as possible before popping off. And I think that's a very good strategy as far as PE Esports is concerned. But Flash, they started off really flashy. Game number 2 didn't fare as well. And this is something that they definitely need to look into because a very capable squad, something works for them sometimes. And they just need to figure out exactly what that is, because that consistency that they're trying to bring in just doesn't seem to be clicking for some reason.
I think it just boils down to just team awareness, right? The fact that they've been only being successful because they're able to kind of, you know, lay low under the radar, have other teams not be as aware of their current position, and only showing presence when they can really make an impact. They're very much just like trying to do pen flips with a scalpel, right? Sometimes you cut yourself, other times it's really impressive.
And it's so impressive, you know, the decision-making by Limit on the side of Falcons. He was the final player. He was about to get taken down. Instead of just playing his risk by playing survival all alone, he goes outside of the circle, tanks the damage from the blue, somehow gets a full squad revival. We know exactly how. The vending machine came through for him. Man had coins, and you need to have coins in your pockets to pull off a play like that. And he had what it took at that point of time to pull the full squad back in, to earn them an extra 4 points. So that was a big play. Although those players couldn't really pull away eliminations, just by surviving, they managed to gather a few extra points.
Some really good decision making, more so just effective use of your resources, right? It feels like Limit, man, all around as a player just knows what he's, not only knows what he's doing, but knows the best bang for buck. Now, BTR on the other hand here, yes, they did start off a little bit slower, but this time they ramped up very, very well. Once they knew that they had hurt a majority of the teams from that northern side, that's when they started to go hunting. And I thought that maybe there would be a little bit more resistance against BTR controlling that side of the map, but they made some really good decisions to try and manufacture a lot of the collateral that happened in the final zone.
Yeah, very balanced build from this guy as well. He's got the Coda for those CQCs. He's got the Beastin if he wants to chuck some nades at his opponents. And he brings in a full-on passive build as a sniper. He's got the Raphael, the Maro, as well as the Moko to tag up players to get that damage from afar. Also forcing his opponents to bleed out instantly. And of course, no doubt, 7 eliminations, definitely key from that passive build. 6 knockdowns overall, massive damage on top of that.
They're also already running the A124 Tatsuya alongside with the Oscars, so they don't want the utility to be like, oh, we need to, recover as we move our anchor points. How about we just all rush them? We have the information, they're going to be disabled, and we have a way to kind of bulldoze through that front line. As long as we get that first pick, there's a very high chance that we can wipe the entire squad almost immediately after.
Yeah, surprising. There's no Thiva on their side. There's no Olivia on their side. They're just focusing on a little bit more of a aggressive build. Yes, they've got the fort, but, not really focused on that game of recovery. So they wanted to focus on that aggression, looking for elimination points. Clearly, what they planned kind of panned out well for them. 13 eliminations is a testament to that. 25 points is a massive run for Bigatron. Right behind them, though, Falcons with the consistency, a total of 19 points collected on their side. AGAL right after them. Although the placement points are not as solid, getting 12 eliminations this time round was a really good game overall for AGAL.
Let's look at today's standings, because now that puts Falcons right at the top. 45 as BTR shoots up into second spot, tied up against PE. BRU at 28, so really it's anybody's game so far, as there's not much of a buffer between anybody else other than the top 7. Starting from 8 onwards is where we do see a little bit of a dip, but not by much between 7th and 8th and 9th. From 10th onwards, WAG, EVOS, and GOW, they really got to pick it up if they want to stay in the standings to maybe get a free bye.
And of course, if you look at the teams down at the bottom here, WAG, EVOS, GOW, these are teams who have picked up some massive points in the past. WAG especially, EVOS in this particular season, not as frequent, but they do have some phenomenal firepower in their roster. If they do go all out, there is a high probability that they do climb up the leaderboard instantaneously, but I think they're just going to be lagging behind. Even in the spring season, EVOS was in no rush whatsoever to find the qualifier to the grand finals. They just wanted to play as long as possible, and I think they're going to be looking to do that this time around as well.
Honestly, I'm totally fine with that, right? Again, there's just a massive skill gap when it comes down to certain strategies and certain play styles, right? Everybody not only has their own identity, but they're trying to expand their arsenal. After what happened during EWC in the previous Free Fire World Series, I think it's very clear that Southeast Asia knows that there are holes in their gameplay, and they want to plug them up with some real cement, and not just by sticking their finger in the hole and saying the problem isn't there.
Yeah, fair enough. And of course, one would have thought that EVOS maybe would be a little bit more aggressive looking for the Booyahs this time round, because although they did manage to climb up with the points initially to unlock the champion rush point at EWC, they could not close that game off. They had to wait a couple of more rounds before they finally hit that Booyah. Perhaps one would have thought that they want to train that a little bit more, but in this season, they're just laid back. They're not really worried too much. They're just kind of hanging back, looking to see what they can pick up. Not doing too bad in the competition, but at the same time, not one of the greats as well, which is quite surprising.
I think, if there's anything to learn for some of the greats, I think right now, as we see Falcon continue to kind of storm through Map 1 as well as Map 2, they're just really good on their fights, right? They're really creative with the way that they kind of approach. Their decision-making is second to none, unfortunately. Everybody else, I don't think anybody else can really replicate what Falcons can do per player, and especially when it becomes like a modifier, a compounding modifier whenever you add an extra player to that mix. Pina, for an example, last season we thought, okay, he's like all right, but coming into this season, he's starting off the gates really, really hot, considering how close they were during EWC, dominating the majority of the tournament, but just couldn't close it out at the end.
Yeah, and of course, this time around, Buriram had a very questionable approach to the competition. They have not fared as well like how they used to in the past seasons when it comes to placement points, but the aggression is at an all-time high. They are at 22 eliminations already right now, and they're the second best squad when it comes to the eliminations as of this point, with only Falcons ahead of them. If they can keep this up, then it's going to be yet another day where Buriram doesn't face too much of an issue overall. They're still going to be able to sharpen their skills before they get to the grand finals, and it doesn't look like they're serious enough to look for that early qualifier into the grand finals. I think Buriram's going to be hanging back just like EVOS, looking for perhaps week 6 to find the qualifier potentially.
I would think so too, and I think a lot of it is because I don't want to say the meta as a whole, but based on what we are seeing here in Southeast Asia, and I think the Vietnamese have picked up on it very, very well, squad fighting is extremely important. Having it's not just about double swings anymore, triple swings. As soon as you can reduce your elimination time by shaving off a 0.5 of a second is more than enough, and what you actually need to be able to finish off these squads fast. Now, in terms of team performance, we look at Torak. In the very first week itself, they were honestly not doing that bad, but coming in towards the second week, and especially when there are grand final buys on the line, we're seeing that Torak, they're trying to use all their accumulated knowledge from week number 1, and unfortunately, it might not necessarily apply here when the buys are active.
Yeah, Traps their best player, 50 eliminations, and then it kind of tapers down. Noki with the 38, Vice with the 30. These numbers look great, but it's not the most decent in the competition. Obviously, you need way more aggression, way more eliminations if you want to stand here with the best. But the fact of the matter is, this Malaysian squad has managed to get at least the top 12 in the group stages, which shows great promise overall. But we just haven't seen the best side of them yesterday. They're doing slightly better today, but still not on the upper half of the bracket overall. So we still need to see a little bit of improvements coming through from Toda. The placement points are still suffering, but the engagements are surprisingly decent.
They are decent, and I think we need to see a really hot game from any of these teams starting from now, because from this point onwards, if they're not just pumping themselves full of Red Bull zinc and vitamin from Thailand, I don't know what they're doing, right? Because again, with the extra zinc, the extra B3, and as well as B6, featuring a mild taste that helps players stay highly focused, you can trust that Red Bull is the energy drink of your choice to achieve a stylish booyah at the end of those victories.
Absolutely, man. I mean, for a good, great day, if you want to stay focused, you kind of need the extra bit of boost. I'm sure these Vietnamese players are on that, and that's why you see the phenomenal performance. I think the consistency out of Vietnam is very surprising, right? They're able to really climb out of the ditch even when the tables are turned against them very early game. We saw Team Flash do that earlier on. I mean, multiple times they came across Buriram, and even Buriram could not take them down. They just scratched and clawed their way back out of that, went on to be victorious in that game 1. In game 2, though, you know, they didn't fare as well. So hopefully they can find that recovery, because we're heading into Kalahari this time round, a map where RRQ, Falcons, and Buriram usually do find that final circle very easy.
Yep. It's going to be a hot game here this time round, known to be dominated by the Indonesians usually, but things have been changing up here for the fall season. Let's see, because now the flight path slightly skewed, all right, from the western side to the northern side, closer to Foundation, cutting through the maze and just touching just the edge of Council Hall. Stone Ridge is going to be a little difficult to get to, but it looks like for the side of BRU, they're taking the long path to make sure that they get there. GOW not too far behind them.
Not too far at all, and this is going to be a little bit of an issue for GOW overall if they do get their players close enough to Buriram, who are obviously very good when it comes to the early engagements as well as finding eliminations. They don't really need those helmets as well as vests just yet. And early game, you don't have your helmets and vests. These boys are very proficient at finding those headshots, which makes Buriram a great threat early game. RRQ, on the other hand, the early drop very close to AGL at Foundation.
Again, these early fights are extremely important for all these big fish teams. Oh, dudes! He finds one, but instantly gets traded back. Sypha in a really good position. Abe, he's pretty far from all of the action, but he doesn't have line of sight, which is the hard part. BRU, they clean up the members here of GOW and start making their way down. Now, keep in mind that GOW, they landed a command post. They even sent one person a little bit further down to keep tabs on where BRU is going to be. So BRU have two decisions. Either they take the fight all the way to command post, or they go by Stone Ridge, hit that up, and try to maybe find some better loot before making their way towards the sub. Either or, there's still going to be plenty of teams in each one of these areas. The least likely would probably be the sub, but it's a toss of the die. Unless they've got some binoculars to work with, there's no way to know.
So let's see if they do go there, because I do agree with you. They do fancy rotating into the sub quite often as their second place to loot up, and usually finding some extra eliminations there. This time Stone Ridge, finds the presence of Buriram. And unfortunate for Toda, they've got their players all lined up here. The engagement 2v1. Moshi and the Cruise. What a deadly combo alongside Jonah. They'll be able to shut down player after player. Fires tries to get away with the jump pad, but
Double
found by
kill.
Moshi as well. AC 80 for the win, and Toda falters early. They just came across the wrong squad.
Yeah, again, just pushed in here by BRU. What to do, but sees the UAV up in the sky, knows that there's another team probably towards Santa Catarina, but for the most part, let's cut over to Falcons as they look to control the Bayfront, but it looks like BTR by Vitality hopping right past them as well. I'm not sure whether or not they're trying to get towards the southern side fast, or whether they're trying to maybe find a spot along the road to maybe turn into Refinery later down the line, but it seems like Falcons let him pass.
Seems like a fight that Falcons just don't want to take as of this point of time. I think they don't have many snipers on their side. Limit doesn't look like he wants to engage too early, letting them go far away first before trying their luck to maybe get a headshot or two. But Bigatron, Mama will not wait too long. LBT didn't think twice, runs him down, and M590 for the follow-up as well. One with the Bison. Phenomenally gets a double knockdown out of nowhere, but Rin is not going to get away that easy. Nolan does have that M590, crushes the opportunity for Bigatron, and now forcing Kyung to pick up coins. One revive is all he can afford as of this point of time. That's that insurance policy for him. At least he's got one back.
Yep, and he knows exactly where the rest of the PE Sports members are going to be. Ooh, a shot being taken. That could have been his head. Drops down the glue wall after hearing the shots from GOW. He's got to run, and he's out of there towards the northern side. Hopefully, he doesn't get knocked down while he's on the cables, but at least there's a POI nearby. Finally, another vending machine, a potential revive point as well. Even an Arsenal, I'm assuming that's already been looted, but for the most part, at least weapons for the team when they come back down.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, getting the revivals, especially when it's 3 players that needs to be brought back in, dropping by the Arsenal is definitely a good choice. Koja could not get too far away. AGL finds him on that recovery, and Bigatron now just left with 2 more players. Koda popped on the side of AGL. They know WAG is on the approach, and those boys were standing upright when the Koda was popped, so they have been spotted out already. Tikui on that rotation with the hook gun. Team SR did spot him out. Rotates around. Manages to absorb a couple of hits here. Tikui, very dangerous up close and personal with the M590. But Dew on that backup could just undo Tikui instantaneously here. He is up against all odds at this point.
Yeah, they got to take their time with this right now because there's no rush at this point of time, except for maybe PLS1, because he's got to get out of the line of fire and try to break line of sight. They quickly drop the glue wall. They managed to pull him back up straight away. Good recovery. Oh wait, but now they've hit him fine too, and now it's going to be a full collapse coming in for WAG is due. Finds headshot after headshot, and if Xborg can win out his fight, he's got a launcher in hand. That would be amazing, but it's tough. The shots go through, and unfortunately, it's going to be WAG who gets eliminated. What a clean fight from AGAL.
Unfortunate for WAG. They had the opportunity. They had great players on their side. It's just the positioning by AGAL just way too stacked up. They could not spot out where those shots were coming from. A headshot after headshot just put down those players. RRQ, on the other hand, will be at Refinery, anticipating perhaps another engagement, and it is their brothers EVOS right up on top.
Oh, as expected, the Indonesians fighting around Refinery, especially with a ring that's so even, so centralized as well. Good shots coming in from Ray to make sure them all doesn't walk away for a free. It's going to be looking, because again, they've got some good coverage here by Refinery side, and even Virtus Pro chilling on the opposite henge on the southern side, looking for an opportunity. Boonjam, he's got some angles to work with, and I don't think that EVOS wants to mess with it at this stage, as the northern side cut down to Old Hampton BTR, trying to survive, trying to face off their members of PE. Narrow already finding one as Kyung gets the initial trade. Nolan is able to bring Narrow back, but BTR now in full control over this northern side.
Oh, this match is just absolute chaos. Jumping from player after player, team after team. Oh, Kyung spots out a decent pointer here. AWM Need to find one solid connection. Nero, very smart. Is dodging left and right as he takes the drop in, avoiding those shots from Kyong. That AWM not able to tag him up just yet, but Koja right behind him on that revive as well. P90. And unfortunate for Nero. The information given away by Koja as he was rushing on in. Esports dropping just on the outskirts here as well. Laho with the AWM. A good matchup for Kyong.
At this point, they need to just quickly jump onto Laoho's side. They know that somebody's on their flank, and it looks like it's Nolan. Kyong needs to make the decision now. Work together, quickly take out Laho, because he's going to try and stay within the vicinity, and unfortunately can't get out. Unfortunately, Kyong is the one who goes down, getting pincered by the rest of the members, and especially for Goja, not in a position and didn't have the Koda active ability to help him find the extra bit of information he needed.
Yeah, positioning advantage there. They had the pincer. There was just no way you could run at either one of those players, because the other one would just step on out of their defense and shoot him down. In that case, Nolan just found him with that high ground AC-80 vantage point. And Bigatron by Vitality is in a little bit more trouble here. The fight up against Esports. Another contender enters the ring. This time it's Falcons. Finding Laho as he tries to run away Koja. As they look for the elimination onto Laho. They should find him eventually.
I mean, if he gets away with this, then I'd be very surprised, because Koja could have stolen away the elimination. They're launching away. No, Limit's turning around. Koja gets a free 1v1 here. He gets a free 1v1. Riptide Rhythm both already being used. Koja, he's only got a P90, but he gets shot in the head by a Limit. Really taking his time with his Limit, not pressured whatsoever. That could have been a terrible scenario for Falcons. Unfortunate for BTR.
Yeah, he had the backup from the rest of his team members across the lake as well, so nothing much for him to worry about in the grand scheme of things. But of course, you never know what could have happened in the 1v1. I don't think Limit was expecting that. Now as Pina tries to back away, shot from the Esports player right behind him, Nero. Mag 7 in the hand. He needs to wait for Pina to get close enough. But the problem is Pina actually carries that M590 on fire though. Beautiful play with the time turner. Timing played perfectly for him to get that extra elimination.
Very good responses here. We're seeing a lot of teams now making sure that they have two active skill cards ready to go. One for one-time use, the other just the natural ability. Just any little advantage they can get in the middle of these gunfights could either make it or break it. But oh my goodness! Blown from the sky, headshot as well. A little unfortunate, but hey, at least it's full control from RRQ onto Refinery.
Yeah, absolutely. And now the next circle is going to be crucial here. And it moves down straight over Refinery. So RRQ doesn't need to rotate all the too much. They still do get to hold on to the very edge of their platform. And that vantage point should serve them well in the next few engagements. Problem is, I'm sure there are a few other teams that are going to be looking for that vantage point as well as Esports. It's a double revival. The team is still pretty much in it.
I'm pretty sure the Falcons are going to be able to spot them out in just a little bit. They could go for the hunt if they wanted to. Oh, very dangerous spot. They want. Oh, interesting spot coming in from the Falcons. Okay, so technically they can walk back in. The only teams they have to worry about is Flash. AGAL could be coming in from the top, but let's see whether he finds the pick. If this pick goes through, this might cause a chain reaction.
Oh my goodness. AC-80 in hand on fire. Could not nail him down. Didn't wait for the timing and the backup from Kororo. That could have just been an easy point on their side. But that does force the panic. And Team Flash scrambles. Using the portal go, they do very quickly rotate around, cutting the distance down between themselves as well as Team Flash. And now this gives them an extra opportunity to pick up 4 points.
This is a really good decision coming in from Falcons, right? They have one member back by the ridges, trying to make sure if AG goes in, but now the full fight does occur. Death is already down, is on fire, as Pina is doing God's work, and Pina's still alive with the Valiant Dash as long, alongside the Rebel Rush as well, launching in, damaging 3. It's all good, but they can't seem to find the knockdown in this 3v3. The initial engagement was already good, but Kororo now getting flanked by ABCD, hopping over to the other side, loses his glue wall as Pina, now next to turn, they've isolated the Zom, they've taken out ABCD, and now Hongam, all left with 3 members, is all Falcons needed. This Suicide Squad comes up successful as they control a powerful point on the eastern side, on the western side of the map, and the ring is above them. What else could go their way?
Yeah, ABCD just tried to Spider-Man his way out of there and just hit the roof, unfortunately. The idea was good. The execution was definitely questionable. Wang M spotted out. Oh, Limit had the Riptide Rhythm in his pocket, though. Pulls it out. And looks for the knock. On fire with the follow-up. Puts Team Flash out in 10th spot. And it's unfortunate. They had a brilliant start at Alpine. Just could not keep up the momentum.
No, they couldn't. They couldn't, especially in these type corners. And so far, Falcons in a phenomenal position right now. But the competitors, BRU, also at 8 eliminations. They're going to be on the completely separate side, but... Oh, wait, hold on. They're all on the northern side. All the top tier teams are on the northern side. It's Esports. Nolan takes the brunt of the damage. AGAL is putting the punishment on anybody who's trying to rotate to this side. The tent already controlled by RRQ, but everybody is stuck in one place. As BRU on the southern side could be looking for an opportunity in, for the most part, untouched.
How does Bigatron now find a way out of this? They've been scanned out by Falcons and their Dinoculus. Falcons know exactly where they are. That Coda was used a little bit earlier on, so Kororo just needs to wait a little bit more before that gets refreshed. And these Bigatron players are not even crouching, so spotting them out should be a no-brainer here. And Falcons just waiting for Kororo. The moment that Coda comes online, but it's the Coda on the side of Bigatron that gets popped first. And now Falcons on the defense. Riptide Rhythm breaking down all of their glue walls. Kyong stepping on out a little bit too quick. And Pina with the advantage taken. M590. Survival play. Rin goes towards the back lines. Looking for Limit. Gets his glue walls broken down. And Limit punishes him as well for stepping up close to him.
Another clean fight coming in for the Falcons side as BTR already goes down, but BRU decided not to go for thirding. Instead, they go straight for the center of the map, trying to control the highest vantage point that they possibly can, especially under the pressure of AGL, who has the exact same idea. Cruz is already down as Wasana is trying to take on 3 members by himself. The Riptide Rhythm is good, but unfortunately, Team SR is already putting bullets in his back. Jonah is the only one who can maybe try and turn this around, but AGAL have conquered this half of the map, and more importantly, the most powerful vantage point in this last zone.
Yeah, AGAL literally just kicked Jonah and his squad off of that platform, literally shutting down the rest of his players, keeping just the captain alive, who managed to grapple hook his way out of danger. And now just hiding behind a couple of glue walls, trying to play some placement points. There's 7 more teams alive. Koja being hunted down by Falcons, and it's just a matter of time before Jonah is found as well.
Yep, and Pina, again, one person after the other. BTR get a free placement point, surviving that. BRU bow out at 7. The Falcons are so ahead of the game right now. BTR the next to fall, 2 free placement points just like that. And they just want to control the bottom side. VP, the next to fall, as they've trying to rotate and contest for that top side as well. Esports need to go at this point. Last member down. Now we're down to the top 3. AGL on the roof. RRQ on the bottom with 18 Deer, the last to eventually fall to the Falcons. And AGAL will not wait. They instantly go down to the bottom side, looking for picks on towards the Falcon members. Doesn't find any, unfortunately, just the RRQ member, and chunking Pina to half life. Limit, his position is a little compromised here in the middle of the fight, trying to swap sides with Kiron as well as Pina is on fire. Holds Sypha. No flank angles for the side of AGAL, but it looks like Falcons want to push them into the middle as they work with their Suicide Squad of 3, pushing their backs. Limit now goes for the peak, hits Team SR, and on fire, and as well as Sypha trying to battle it out. Sypha needs to make a decision on which side he's going for. His Team SR goes down. Kiron finds him. Adu finds a headshot on towards Pina, and at this point, with the time turner as well, Riptide Rhythm, Sypha just quickly sieving in these shots. It looks like AGAL are the ones who are taking more casualties as Dude doesn't have an angle anymore, and it looks like Falcons quickly swoop to take the booyah.
Oh, the consistency with their aggression is just mind-blowing. Falcons are just way too good at this point of time. I mean, it was not one fight, but multiple times up against WAG, Bigatron, even AGL in that very final battle. We saw a very clean attack coming on through, especially led by Pina and his Oscar. That valiant dash breaking down all of those defenses. Those glue walls went down like paper walls in front of this guy, and that shock factor led them to getting a couple of knocks. And even though Pina got taken down twice there, the instant pickup coming through from the rest of his team members, and then later on they thought, okay, you know what, Pina, you just hang back. We've got the numbers thinned down already. We'll be able to get this job done on our own. Falcons, brilliant mastermind tactics executed perfectly.
Yeah, a really nasty squad. They're very creative with the way that they play their 4-on-4s, and it just works out for them, right?
Oh, yeah.
They're so good at clash squatting already, especially in these high-stakes types of matches. And now I think that everybody else has to, like, kind of keep in mind, you know, Falcons are still dangerous out there. We can't give them a fair fight ever.
I mean, there's a super high probability they qualify today, because that's 3 games in a row where they have managed to find some massive points here for themselves. And, you know, if you've got a 100% top 3 rate, if you've got solid eliminations on your side, and we are just 3 games in, there's a high probability you're going to make it. But of course, we thought the exact same yesterday for RRQ, who were doing so well at the start of the day, and then Pharaoh, they just came out of nowhere. Perhaps the same can happen today as well. We still have one of the best lobbies out there. This is Southeast Asia, baby. The best of the best here. Even PE Sports is doing phenomenally well. You guessed it. They were going to come out of the gates bursting with their capability. The recovery day for this Vietnamese team seems to still be hot.
Again, it was between them or WAG. It was one or the other. Usually if one's doing well, the other's not doing as well. I don't know what the relationship with that is, but it's it just is. It's just a fun fact. It's a map. But I think at the end of the day, right, these maps definitely, as much as we would like to say that it favors, certain styles are starting to adapt and change. Like Kalahari, we've seen this plenty of times being dominated by the Indonesian region, but now we are seeing different lengths of counterplay, even to the point where even the Indonesians don't necessarily want to sit on top of Refinery. They kind of wait to walk into it later on, even if they do decide to hot drop it to begin with.
Yeah, I think they made that strat way too popular. Everybody's got the counter strat to that, and now they just don't want to be found too early. RRQ just playing it very safe, and they're kind of keeping it fresh, right? Sometimes they take Refinery, sometimes they just avoid it like the plague. They just don't want to be found out. They don't want to be hunted down too easy. And yes, at one point of time, Indonesia used to be good at Kalahari. Now it's just RRQ is good at Kalahari. The rest of them definitely struggling. And slowly but surely, Thailand has definitely taken over this map. And this obviously is an expected thing, right? Because at the end of the day, Thailand has always had these really solid squads. Just like Falcons, you know, sometimes they've got their good and bad days. Today was that good day for AJL. I mean, this was a great comeback game for them.
No, this really was. And I definitely felt there were moments there where I'm like, I'm not entirely sure whether this is like the smartest decisions, but since you're the first one on the scene, you kind of have to put yourself in, you have to do it, right? You've already crossed the threshold. There's no going back on the roller coaster after you're locked in. So it worked out for them actually pretty well, and I'm surprised because the majority of the teams that were left, just all of them were damaged, right? All were just remaining 1 or 2 members, and they were all playing on the low ground, and Falcons were like, this is perfect for us to feast.
And Buriram thought they had this all in the bag. They went in there for the attack. They wanted to rip away that Refinery high ground platform. AGL just said, nope, we've got this, man. And I think they were depending a little bit too much on the grenade launcher, but Jonah just wasn't finding the connections with those nades.
Well, speaking of nades, right, again, how often do we see teams actually wanting to run these cluster grenades? Only a handful of teams actually like having these cluster grenades, and more importantly so, its use cases tall and wide. There's a lot of times where you don't necessarily utilize it, right? But I think in this particular game, with the inclusion of making sure that you're walking into areas that are like ruins, for an example, somewhat tight corridors, but a decent amount of places to escape, you can kind of force your opponents to rotate in a specific manner when you have those explosives on hand.
And Kororo, the MVP this time round. I mean, solid plays from this guy. And once again, very tactical, right? Always waiting for Kororo's Skoda to come online before they go in for the attack. Information is key for this team. And if you look at his passive skills here as well, he's the backup bomber for the squad. He runs the Beast in, the Awakened Alvaro. He's got the Ford to top his health right back up when they get into a little bit of a sticky situation. Everything that they need to get into a decent fight. A very aggressive setup. And on top of that, 10 assists from this guy alone. You may think that is impressive, but look at the rest of the squad, man. This is a great game for them overall through eliminations.
They were winning every single Clash squad, every single time, always on even ground. But their initiation from the side of Falcons, whether it's Limit finding a pickoff or Kororo utilizing the Awakened Navarro just to make sure that, like, BTR is a really good example. 3 of their members chunked out before the fight even started, forcing them to halt in their tracks, allowing Falcons to take the initiative. This is why Falcons are so good at the game. Their initiations are especially good, but the way that they play the game is extremely creative in these fair fights. So the only way that you're going to be able to beat them is don't give them a fair fight. Look for those opportunities. And when that happens, On Fire comes in with the chrono to save the day.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, you do have the Luna being run here, the Fight or Flight. You've got increased firing rate from the side of Kororo as well every time he hits an enemy. And this is pretty rare. You don't see that used as often as a passive skill out there. But Kororo really knows what he wants, right? Especially when he runs that AC-80 on himself and he's getting the connections on those shots. A little bit of an increased rate of fire on that AC-80 is ridiculous because it's already overpowered at this point of time. He's got the winning factor here for himself. 32 massive points for Falcons in this game as they hit the Booyah alongside 20 eliminations. AGL right behind them. RRQ kind of falls a little bit overall, but still decent on the points. 17 this time round. Esports with a 15. Down at the bottom though, you've got all 3 other Vietnamese squads struggling in this match.
With Falcons doing so well, teams like AGL and as well as BTR are grumbling that this could have been their game. They could have been in that position of hunting everybody on the lower grounds, all of because Falcons just kept on winning their squads. And even so, 77 total points. They've created a buffer for themselves. We thought it was good yesterday, but let's see. Because if we're talking about hot games, it should have started by game number 3. Falcons have set the mark. Let's see if anybody else is able to catch up, if not beat their high score in the next 3 maps.
I mean, now they're really putting some great distance between themselves as well as the other squads. 29 points difference between Esports as well as Falcons. And this is a big reason due to all of those eliminations that they're finding, as well as, of course, the consistency through all of those placement points they've been picking up. But can they keep this up, though? Because once again, we've got some hot teams in this lobby. Anybody can step it up, but so far, nobody has been able to do it better than Falcons.
Yep. Falcons are really setting the bar for everybody else. But it makes me curious, right, how these players are honestly feeling with the way that, they are not only dominating, but at times you're hoping that you're about to win it and somebody else takes it away from you. It does get a little frustrating with the number of thirds that we have been seeing just in these past 3 maps. First ring, immediately, we're looking for thirds.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, AGL overall performing decently as well with those eliminations. Just need to repair those positioning a little bit. But the interview for you guys, and of course, followed by a quick break. When we come back, the rest of the 3 maps for all of y'all to enjoy.
Alright, so Survivor and Booyah from Team Falcon, and here we are with Limit from Team Falcon. สวัสดีค่ะ So such a perfect performance from them. So alright, let's go to the first question. So did you do some homework or addition from yesterday to today? Because yesterday you don't have any Booyah, but yeah, of course you got a lot of elim for yesterday, and today you got first Booyah. What is your addition to get the Booyah today? ก็เราทำยังไงบ้างเมื่อวานนี้เราไม่ได้บูย่าเลยแต่เราได้อีลิมเยอะซึ่งเราไปทำการบ้านอะไรมาบ้างทำให้เราได้บูย่าวันนี้ไหมคะ
ไม่มีเลยครับการบ้าน
ไม่ได้ทำเลย
เล่นเหมือนเดิมเมื่อวานเลยดวงมันเข้าเองน่าจะได้บูย่า
วันนี้คือเรียกว่าเป็นวันของเราดวงมา
ใช่ดวงมาวันนี้ดวงมาโค้ชทำบุญทุกวันเลยใช่ครับดวงก็เลยมา
Okay. Alright, so we just he said that he just play at the same as yesterday, but today is their days, like the lucky day, and also about the coach. He just pray every day, so that's why today they're lucky, and yeah, they got the booyah and such a great performance from them. All right. Okay, let's go to the second question. The second map is Nexterra. So that time you are the one who left there, and you decide to go to the revive station and bring back your team, 3 of them, but you have to knock down. What is the point that you decide you gonna go there? อะไรที่ทำให้เราตัดสินใจในการไปชุบเพื่อนอีก 3 คนตรงนั้นแล้วก็ยอมสละชีวิตตัวเองค่ะ
ไม่มีอะไรทำอ่ะขี้เกียจเล่นด้วยก็เลยให้เพื่อนมาเล่นแทนดีกว่า
โอ้เหลือคนเดียวแล้วด้วย
ใช่
So just I don't want to play anymore because I am the one who live in there. So I just like let's just bring them back and let them play. I will just sit and wait for the result about that. Okay, limit. Okay, let's go to the next question. So the next question is the last map. The last map is just 2 of you is gonna be Team Falcon versus with All Gamers Global. But that time I think you don't know what is the team that you face with. How do you communicate with each other to get that booyah? ตอนแมปสุดท้ายเนี่ยเหลือแค่2 ทีมตอนนั้นเป็น All Gamers Global แต่คิดว่าตอนนั้นเราน่าจะไม่รู้ว่าเป็นทีมอะไรด้วยตอนนั้นเราคุยกันยังไงแล้วอะไรคือจุดสำคัญที่ทำให้เราได้บูย่าค่ะ
ก็น่าจะเป็นทักษะการเล่นของแต่ละคนครับในทีมก็ไฟดีอยู่แล้วครับถ้าเกิดไม่โดนแจมก็4ตรงหน้าเปอร์เซ็นต์ชนะเยอะกว่า
So our team about the strongest point is we can fight together like a full players that can face to face with other teams. So we kind of confident about the fight. So we have to fight about that time. And also the skill play of each player in the Team Falcon is really powerful. Alright, let's go to the last question. Do you think that you can go to the grand final for today? วันนี้คิดว่าเราจะได้ไป grand final ไหมคะ
ไปแน่นอนครับอยากพักกันแต่เมื่อวานแล้วบ่นแบบไม่อยากซ้อมแล้วแบบอยากพักไม่อยากมาแล้วครับก็ขอเข้านะครับ
ขอเข้าด้วย
เอาเลย
So actually we want to go to the grand final since yesterday, but yeah, we just got a mistake that we got a limb, but the point is just a little bit point that we have to get, but we cannot. So Faro go in already. So today, I will go to the grand final. So please give us because Team Falcon want to have a break now. Don't want to practice anymore. So let us go to the grand final. Okay, all right. This is the end of the interview section. We're gonna have a short break before go back to the tournament and let's see who's gonna in to the grand final.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia Fall Season of 2025. My name is Getting Q, and of course, AJ Mustachio here at the desk to keep you guys entertained. Now, 3 maps have already been claimed. 3 more maps for a potential bye to the Grand Finals. And do you think now that after this 10-minute break, these teams are going to be ready, and more importantly so, looking to have at least 2 hot games to catch up with Falcons, AJ?
Yeah, I think there's a high probability this happens. You know, teams like RRQ, teams like, you know, GOW even down at the bottom, they do have what it takes to climb back up. I mean, as a matter of fact, EVOS is 3rd from the bottom. I mean, how crazy is that, right? After 3 matches, this is just not no signs of the Esports World Cup champions right now within EVOS, because they were absolutely deadly on their run to become champions. And right now, with what they're doing out there on the battlefield, it looks like they're just not as excited to show up really strong. Maybe they want to pull an Onyx Olympus on us, for all we know. But, of course, to see that, we'll have to wait all the way for the Grand Finals. And I don't want to wait that long, Gideon.
Yeah, I mean, these are just the preludes of it, right? The Phase 2 is all about just kind of setting these teams up for potential success, or at the very least foreshadowing of what's going to happen during the Grand Finals. Well, unless there's a patch that comes in between, but we're hoping that's not going to be the case, because our next map in our game schedule, map number 4 for game number 4, it's going to be Solara. And Solara has had a lot of interesting results. A lot of teams just seem to be like, all right, we're getting the hang of the map. It allows us to be a little more aggressive than we thought we could be.
Yeah, and this is where things get a little bit more painful for RRQ, because for some reason they just have not found dominance, nor have they found any sort of mastery on this map just yet. Buridam, on the other hand, are very comfortable. But speaking of teams that are comfortable, WAG is very comfortable on Solara as well. Let's look at their chaos factor here. 73 eliminations from the Wonder Kid T Kui, 92 knockdowns in total. Xbor, this king of the Riptide Rhythm, with the 50 eliminations on his side, one of the best snipers out there right now.
I was really worried about WAG at the beginning of the fall season of 2025, thinking that, like, man, changing right now, it's going to force them to find a new identity. But with the changes that they made, Tikoi is definitely feeling himself, as we saw during week number 1 and even week number 2. Xbar even opting to go for a bit of a hybrid to his role because of the way that the meta has shifted. And PLS1, he has been an absolute monster to kind of fulfill what Xbar wasn't able to do last season. Obviously, Cyrus being a notable support player, he's so reliable. He's somebody that you want covering your back.
Yeah, no doubt at all. Of course, we all miss Alan, but we do get to see him in performance on the side of heavy. But as far as PLS1 is concerned, yeah, there were some questions initially, like what kind of impact is he bringing into the fights, because Alan used to be quite the big contributor for WAG. But I guess they're just changing their play style overall, and they just expect a little bit more of that long-range backup from PLS1. Because if you look at how the team factor, the dynamics has changed overall. Tikui is just able to get the job done upfront and personal a little bit more proficiently than Alan could in the past. And overall, this has fared WAG really well. But of course, when it comes into the consistency factor, this is where they kind of dip out sometimes. We don't know exactly what the reasons are here, because sometimes they shine bright like the North Star. Sometimes they just don't show up on that day at all. Unlike teams like Toda, they have just been consistently struggling all throughout the competition.
Yeah, I think that's just the representation of what the meta is asking of these players. It's now, hey, it's anybody's game. If you can make a play as an individual, we will reward you, which is why we're seeing a lot of the Vietnamese teams actually playing as 4. Even if your opponent does make a significant play, you better be able to take out like 2, maybe even 3 of our members if you want it to be successful. 2 is already asking for a lot. 3 most of the time is impossible, which is why we see that P Esports, most of the time, they stay very tightly knit together, always trying to 2v1 their opponents. They want to give little to no chance for their opponents to find that initial pick, that big initialization during the fight.
And P Esports, this is one of their decent maps as well, Solara. So they have a really solid opportunity to continue climbing up the leaderboard, or at least stay where they are. They're in a really decent spot. Of course, the better option would be to catch up with Falcons, but I don't know how does one do that at this point of time, because Falcons have just been so proficient at finding the final circles, as well as raking in massive eliminations, right? They did the same yesterday, but they could not get those placement points. Today, they're just getting the job done with those circle reads, and they are turning out to be pretty difficult to manage in these gunfights as well. But of course, this is game number 4 time as we head on into the latest addition into Free Fire, Solara.
It's time to strike and rise for all of our teams. If they want to get points, it's now. We get a even distribution on the flight path. It's going to cut right down the center. Everything is accessible to all the other teams, but let's see how how the early game is going to be played, because we've seen in the past 3 maps so much activity, and by Delta Isles, GOW and as well as RRQ will be facing each other off. Falcons as well as Flash currently nowhere close to anybody. Flash a little bit closer to the Delta Isles for this combat, but let's see how it's going to be playing out, because immediately Time Turner has been dropped down. Deanne, unlucky, wasn't able to pick up a gun in time, and now they've got GOW completely surrounded by the compound. Demon finds one into trading Akhoy as well, but it's a little too late as 18 Gears here to back them up. A 1-for-2 trade, not ideal for GOW, and that should be a collapse as Akhoy, the last to fall.
Oh, looks like he had enough coins to buy back at least one player, because GOW is still in the game. So good enough survival instincts from Akhoy. And goodness knows how he got the extra 200 coins. Might have been a coin machine there that he hid in all of that chaos. So good thinking on his feet, even though the team was pressured tremendously by RRQ early on. Thought out though, will have Noki in an unfortunate spot in a 1v2. Barros with the 180. Damages with the Mac 10, and Cypher with a Bison follow-up makes that work too easy. Team SR, on the other hand, is not as blessed with the gun early on with a mini Uzi in hand. Not really in meta right now.
I mean, it's still early days in this game. I don't like it when Dota does this, right? They always have Noki in a position where it's like, yeah, you can hold this person hostage, but if you're not taking ground upon that hostage, you're really just putting Noki in a worse position than they started with. But their decision was, hey, we're going to have a Noki hold in position. We're going to try and stall them for as long as possible. It already looked like they predetermined that they were going to try and walk away from this fight anyways. Trap now 1v3, already forcing out a Time Turner, quickly using his own dash, but unfortunately the Rebel Rush is not going to be enough unless he finds that pick, and Traps goes down. Faiz gets him back on his feet.
Yeah, instant revive coming through there, but very good response from Team SR. A timely Time Turner pulled out. He could have gotten knocked down in that situation. Just bought enough time for the rest of the team members of AGL to flood in to the Time Turner and of course play the game of numbers against Traps. Virtus Pro on the other hand, Nameless, great Riptide Rhythm to break down their defenses. Rasya, what a follow-up, but the rest of his team members nowhere close to find the Punisher. Ray, out of nowhere, literally rushes into a whole squad of Virtus Pro asking for trouble. And he will pay the price for that very aggressive push. But my, oh my, Coach Hill gets the job done with the MP40 of all guns.
They couldn't figure it out. They couldn't figure out where they were getting shot from. And Russia had an amazing position, and VP did not want to rotate off of it, did not want to break line of sight. So far, we see that Kororo all by himself having to fight off the Zom, who's already trunked down to a quarter of his life. ABCD is too far away to actually help, but this allows Pina to quickly start taking ground against him. They're not going to let Team Flash walk away for free. They don't want to sneak. They don't want them to sneak a booyah away from them again. Especially since Vietnam has been adamant on playing in a very similar manner. Pina finally lands a shot at the end, and ABCD loses the 1v1.
Oh, Pina, it would have been embarrassing if he had lost that fight. Great movements from ABCD, but Pina just a tad bit better on those jumps there to avoid those shots. M590 finally getting that connection, and Team Flash now sent scrambling. But Limit spotted Wang M as he tried to get out of Windmill. And that basically is going to put him on the pause. He can't run away too far now. Oh, managed to get into a vehicle. Tina, no sniper, no problem. Woodpecker does manage to find the connection. And Flash down by another man.
Flash is going to have to recuperate the resources here. So we look at WAG by Funfair, chasing off one of the members of GOW. Not sure if they're aware of each other, but based on the movements we can see on the minimap, it feels like they had a good idea of where each other are. The GOW members, let's see, looks like all of their members are still alive, covering a very large basis out in the open fields. Maybe WAG doesn't know where the other members are. They're aware of Deanne, clearly, but now we look at RRQ finding AG AL mid-rotation, quickly taking on the opposite side of the hill to break line of sight, forcing dudes to drop down. And now, RRQ, how do they approach this? They see Barros walking away. They know that Sypha is by the rock. He jumps away, and now he has clear line of sight, takes him out mid-air.
Yeah, you can't get away from Ma'al in the distance like that. Had the marksman on him and goes for the Punisher. Wanted to go for the loot as well, but thought twice. Good thinking as he backed away from that loot box. The rest of the players, though, on the side of AGL, looking for recovery. And of course, the circle's not going to hurt too much now. They can definitely tank the blue. WAG up against GOW in the meantime. This might just turn out to be disastrous as Buriram rotates towards them.
Yeah, but we cut out over to PE Esports versus Evos Divine. We've seen that PE Esports have beaten out Evos Divine in the 4v4s before, but now with a Valiant Dash, and especially with the nades as well, Kochio finds one, as Ray finds another, Nolan takes the trade, but it's too late. It's already over. PE Esports, too many members knocked, Lauho on the run, and he's already down. That's PE Esports in 11th. Evos Divine win out the early.
Well, we're talking about how EVOS desperately needs some solid points to make their way back in here, and that it's a definite possibility because we've got 3 more games to go, and they're doing exactly that. And the last time we spotted out Buriram, they were on rotation to find the 2 Vietnamese squads. They did exactly that. Managed to pull a couple of points away, but this time sacrificing crews as well. He turned his back on the WAG players and was punished accordingly. Jonah with the AC-80 gets a couple of tags. Wasana trying to get the finisher in with the Trogon of all guns. Is unable to find those perfect connections just yet. And he is met by the player right outside in a 2v1 though. Still gets Benbow low enough. Needed one more bullet to get the job done. Doesn't get the final hit in just yet. Shuts down Tikui though. That's a big one.
Alright, Wasana still knows how to utilize his Trogon, but luckily was able to buy just enough time for the rest of his members to actually get involved in the battle. However, Moshi, he's already low. 2 of them already dead to right. Wasana now taking the damage here, and unfortunately he goes down, and Moshi brings back Jonan as well as the crews. While this is happening though, there are a couple of off-screen eliminations. Archway is now in a lot of trouble because Moshi knows that his position has been revealed, and WAG on the chase to double-check that vending machine, being the only location to find revives at this point in time.
Wasana just making one tiny bit of mistake, letting one will go as he tried to circle away, playing that recovery, and of course one will taking advantage of that situation, managed to find his revenge after all. And Buriram now on the back foot. Early revivals have not fared them well so far, so we'll catch up with them in a little bit to see how they recover from this one. EVOS, on the other hand, will come across Toda, and this is just not a good fight for Toda. And Ray just on the spot, instantaneously shut down. Try to use the portal go to get to the top of the roof, and now it's going to be EVOS that uses it instead. Rasia is already getting the damage done in. Duvidel's aim got inside of their time turner. Blocked out though. Noki won't be able to reverse things out with the Trogon. And now using their own time turner against them, EVOS does have the numbers advantage. Looking for Noki, and he finds him, but not without the help of Rasia, who did not get involved in that CQC, but instead chose to stay far, far away, punishing the Toda players.
Russia, with that single headshot, turned that all around. Aim God, full belief, was already channeling up on that portal go before the headshot even came through. And now Traps all by himself. Eco Drain dominated and conquered by EVOS Divine. That it's really unfortunate for Todak especially, but now, wait, hold on. Flash as well as BRU. The fight isn't over between the two. Mochi finds the headshot, but the Zom takes out the crews. And at this point, with 4 eliminations in the bag and the blue already encircling them, Mochi is going to have to do his absolute best to find another pick off as the Riptide Rhythm comes through. Doesn't find that pick. Baits so that Jonah gets the shots on towards the Zom's side. ABCD isolates the fight. Zom still alive with just a sliver of health as they take out Moshi. ABCD now in that 1v1. Zom is going to back him up, and ABCD is more than enough as BRU bounce out at 10th.
Yeah, this is definitely painful if you're a Buriram fan, but it is what it is. There's just no way they're going to qualify today, especially if they play like that. Obviously, Get High taking a break today, allowing the crews to get the job done. Perhaps in the Lidoma series, the crews has managed to play Predator a little bit more proficiently than he has in the Southeast Asian lobby. They are just getting dunked upon game after game. But Russia looking for the headshot, assisted by Aim God from afar. AWM able to get the player down. Riptide Rhythm now breaking down the defenses, throwing in those grenades as well to stop that pickup coming on through. Kochil, can he get it? Swan doesn't. But the connection was there. Takes down their health either way, and that brings them up to a decent enough CQC.
Now they're going to keep on trying to play backwards. Reagan as well as Aimgun unfortunately get left behind here as they go for the initial flank. Oh, Russia headshots Juan just to try and even up the tides. Currently, it's a 2v2 scenario here, but unfortunately... Oh, the revives! They managed to get through! No, the re-knock on top of it! These FDLs are doing God's work so far as Russia bails out of there! Luckily, he's got the passes to have his glue walls up in time as he bails through, and now will fall into the hands of GOW on his left. Wait. Did they notice him? I'm pretty sure they saw him for sure, right? Unless they're looking for more eliminations across the map. And now we go to the next fight between Falcons as well as RRQ. But wait, Limit's taking out Du from halfway across the map. Miles the next to falls. Kuro has already dominated his side. 18 Deer gets locked out as Evos Divine ends up getting eliminated at the very end of the day. And Limit finds another headshot onto Abe. Headshot after headshot. This fight is over. RRQ bow out at 8th.
Yeah, wrong team to come across. This happened to Buriram yesterday up against Falcons on their recovery game, and now RRQ faces the same fate. Falcons are on fire. They definitely want to qualify today. They got close enough yesterday, but got outdone by Pharaoh of all squads, and they do not want to let go of their opportunity this time round. He was divine as well. There was a miraculous survival by Russia, but unfortunately just could not hold on long enough. Riptide Rhythm now breaking down the defenses of WAG. Question is, who is shooting them from the opposite side? Bigatron's not the one getting the damage done. It is Team Flash of all squads. They're now towards the top as well. WAG just can't seem to find a break.
And the worst part is that they're on the outside. They don't have natural cover to work with. Yes, their backs are clear, but at this point, all they have is just hitting the deck and praying that BTR don't go for the double swing because they are wide out in the open, feet pointing in their direction as well. As we see that WAG's PLS1 at the roof has been given covering fire from every team that has been taking a pot shot at his two boys who's hit the deck.
PLS1 needs to pull off some sort of a miracle play from up top. He's the only one that can save X-Boy and his buddy, but a huge boulder right in front of Team Flash will keep them defended for quite a while here. Vanwo and X-Boy can't do much the moment they step on out. It's instant death for them, delivered by Team Flash for sure. So they gotta hunker down. GOW and Falcons on the other hand, this is going to be quite the stalemate. 20 seconds for them to get this fight sorted out, though.
Well, let's see how they're going to sort it out, right? Because again, with 12 seconds left on the clock, they have to make a decision. GOW will have to face off against Falcons, whether they like it or not. If they make the first move, they're going to get shot in the back. And I don't think there's an open... actually, there could be an open compound for them to play in, but I don't think it's in the zone. So it might not be ideal... unless we're able to zoom in on that minimap a little bit more. And even AGAL on that northern side to make it really tight for the Falcons to make the TP in. It looks like the portal going right into the ring here, playing behind bits of lumber to watch their backs. They're going to do it early on so that they are the initial gatekeepers, but they got to be worried about AGAL on the off angle.
Yeah, very well played here by Falcons. That rotation was just a thing of beauty. Looking for yet another booyah. Grenade cooked up perfectly. GOW gonna soak in the damage. Timing's just a tad bit off, but those ice grenades now. The deep freeze ticking away at the GOW players. Beautiful Valiant dash. Rip just ripping down those glue walls, and GOW of all teams taking the fight up to Falcons.
Oh no, a mistake almost immediately after Rip. He opens it up, and now the next person comes in with their own Valiant dash, and now Hellblade breaks loose as AGL get involved, and Falcons taking too much of the damage. GOW, the first to get bowed out, but BTR have been fighting WAG this entire time, finally swinging out. Nextboard finds one into Koja just before that they exit the lobby, even traps the next to fall. 3 squads immediately vaporize into dust, and a 4th one to join them as Limit is all by himself, and Team SR takes him out too, leaving our top 3.
My goodness. Okay, now this is a huge opportunity now for recovery. AGAL is not very close, but close enough to Falcons. If they can turn this into a massive game by wiping out all the players of Bigatron and Flash, this would be a huge one. But Flash and Bigatron doing Team AGL a big favor by shutting down each other. AGL just doesn't need to do anything except pick up the missing pieces here, as they just pick off 3 points off of both these squads.
Yep, and you can see that Team Flash wants to get involved. They're 3 members, but they know that BTR just went down, and one of the AGAL members get picked off as well. Team SR, yes, he's fighting about Huang Am. Hey, that's 3 headshots in a row to finish this off with an easy booyah. You can see their faces. They knew they had this in the bag.
Second booyah of the day for this Vietnamese squad. Team Flash back with a bang. They obviously were a little upset that they did not qualify in the top 12 to play yesterday, but it doesn't matter. 1 day of waiting got them heated up just enough to make a phenomenal stand-up performance here happen for themselves. But of course, a great game 1 at Alpine, followed by 2 subpar matches. But this is their comeback one, and it is a great play at Solara. Walking away with a booyah on top of everything else, and some solid points to add on to that.
Really, really solid points. These pickoffs here coming in from Huang Am, absolutely disgusting to open up so many angles of possibility for Flash. I mean, ABCD, now he doesn't necessarily have to be the one who finds these picks. If Huang Am can get them, he knows he can almost guarantee the second one after.
I mean, there's just no way Falcons could have seen that one coming. And they were in a decent enough engagement, and then AGL just crashed their party. You know, they love using that Oscar, Valiant dashing into defenses, surprising the heck out of people. But then this time, that strategy was used against them. They didn't see that coming, and that's exactly what Oscar brings to the table, right? That element of surprise and that shock factor, not only of bumping into you, throwing you around the battlefield, but also breaking down your valuable resources. Those glue walls that were supposed to protect you, disappearing in an instant. It's a little bit more deadlier than that Riptide Rhythm.
Yeah, it just vaporizes, because Riptide Rhythm, it's like, you know from roughly what direction they're coming for. Valiant Dash, he's already in your face. You gotta respond like fast. Or if not, you just get knocked back. Either way, really good stuff based on what we're seeing here in Solara. Again, the theme has been like early engagements lead to the mid game being so devastating, but I think now teams have kind of like, okay, we leave the early game with the early game stuff. Mid game, we just gotta make sure we don't die. One reset has costed so many of these teams a lot of time, especially in those final rings. It's just, I got no weapons, I got no resources. What am I supposed to do?
And of course, AGAL as well as Flash, they managed to get into that final circle, top 2 teams. But the bigger issue here is Falcons did manage to pick up quite a decent run of points on this map. Before they got eliminated, they had 10 eliminations in hand, right? I'm not too sure exactly in which spot they got eliminated in, but definitely more than 5 placement points. So this is going to keep them still at that #1 spot, and AGL is not going to be able to catch up just as quickly, right? We still have a massive point difference between them as well as that second spot, and obviously it's going to be a good solid game for AGL, as well as a match where Falcons pull away 0 in order for this Thai team to catch up to their brothers.
But our MVP of this game goes to ABCD, right? 4 eliminations, 1,400 in terms of just raw damage, 4 knockdowns overall. This time he's running the Tatsuya, he's not running the Oscar on Solara, knowing that he could potentially find picks and then reset his dash. I'm rather surprised because, again, ABCD has been a staple player coming in for Flash. I think that Huang Am did just slightly better, but ABCD has definitely opened up these off angles to pull attention to himself, similarly to what we've seen Wasana do for Joanna or even Moshi. Bait them out, put them into the crosshair of Huang Am, and then start them off with an initial pick with from Huang Am or even the Zom.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, he runs that Shani as well. So when you use that gear recycle in a heated battle, you also share some shield points with the rest of your team members, which is why Team Flash is always sticking together, and ABCD is the front man for the squad. So not only is he going out there getting that damage done, he's also absorbing some damage, but with that risk that he takes, he's got the fort to top his health right back up. So it's a great combination when it comes to the passive skills for this guy as well. And like you said, that Tatsuya, he goes in there, he activates that Rebel Rush, and he refreshes his fort. He gets tagged again, and he recovers again. It's a very good passive skill to have if you really want to get down and dirty right in the faces of your opponents. Overall, the Tatsuya, Oscar, Kodas, Kyler combination is pretty standard right now in the Southeast Asian lobby, especially with that Skylar. That Riptide rhythm has ripped away many opportunities from the other squads.
It's vicious. It's especially vicious because now that you have two people who break down glue walls like they're absolutely nothing, it opens up a lot in the playbook for Flash, at least, right? If not necessarily to break down to find eliminations, then to surprise their opponents when they absolutely need to start pushing them into corners with the help of the Zom. Although I will say that between ABCD and as well as the Zom, I would say that both are equally good players in what they do, right? They've both found initiations. They have both done well on this Oscar. The Tatsuya is a little bit of a give or take, really depending on the scenario, but based on what we've seen so far, their early game has gotten significantly better because of it.
Yeah, 24 points for Team Flash. And as anticipated, AGAL desperately trying to catch up with Falcons, but both of them get the exact same number of points, so no difference in points as far as the distance between them is concerned. So that's basically 31 points still for AGAL to catch up with Team Falcons, but very doable, right? They just need to hope and pray that Falcons get taken out as team number 12 in the next match, and they go on to win a Booyah. Very possible looking at their consistency here today. Bigatron as well as EVOS and RRQ all in a row. The Indonesian teams doing decently this time around, but of course Malaysia still struggling down at the bottom.
And we only have 2 maps left. Our next map is going to be Purgatory. Falcons very clearly ahead of the pack. The only one remotely close to them is AGAL, and they're kind of hoping that Falcon does poorly in our upcoming battle. Even BTR at 55 points. Very, very far from Falcons, but if they can booyah twice at the very end while Falcons don't make it into top 10, that would be perfect for BTR to steal this entire day away.
And it will be a shocking steal for sure, because Bigatron has not really been showing up in the competition, and when it matters, and obviously these 3 weeks, they truly matter because you just need one solid day of performance. You get up there, you sneak away, they qualify to the grand finals, and you get to chill pretty much. You don't get to participate in the matches, but you get to analyze each and every single one of your opponents that you do want to take down. And Bigatron is a very opportunistic squad, and I'm very sure they want to know exactly who they can hot drop when they're definitely in desperate need of points. So they'll be wanting to study the movements of these teams a little bit closely. So a early qualifier is going to fare them well.
It's a toss of the die. So far, can we see somebody try and break Falcons' overall consistent record here so far? And even for AGAL, they've been doing like very well in terms of just the average amount of points that they achieve every single map. For PE Sports, a little bit frustrating for them because as much as they were doing well, they aren't finding as much success coming into our former maps. Our last 2 maps are definitely maps that everybody has played upon, but I think what's most worrying for them is whether or not they still have enough momentum to keep on chugging forward.
Oh yeah, for sure. And I think they do have what it takes, especially in the next 2 maps. We've got Purgatory and Bermuda coming up. Bigatron, not the best team here, but they know how to get into that final circle. They have got quite a bit of proficiency when it comes to the rotations around Purgatory. And then later on, of course, on Bermuda, you can pretty much say they are going to fare well there. Historically, in this particular fall season, though, they have not shown up, but then again, they haven't really shown up in the competition as a whole. So fingers crossed, this is the day for them to hop on in, or else it's going to be a easy pathway for Falcons to the grand finals.
I mean, I don't think things are going to change that much. We'll see on our 5th map. I think that's going to solidify everything that we've been seeing in the standings itself, unless somebody makes the breakout play. And it's got to be somebody who is from 2nd to 5th place, because they're the only ones who have some contention of catching up to the Falcons. If not, the Falcons should very easily, successfully move on to the grand finals and qualify for it by the end of these 2 maps, if not by this 5th map alone. So I'm looking at Flash, for an example, to maybe amp up on stealing away eliminations, because so far they've been finding some really good purchase within the 4th and 5th rings to start hunting down and stealing away points from the other teams.
Yeah, and speaking of stealing away points from the other teams, Buriram, for some weird reason was doing that initially in the first couple of games, getting into that final circle first, and not really aggressing on the other squads, but just being opportunistic, waiting for the others to get knocks, sneaking away a few extra points for themselves. But obviously that's not the usual Buriram that we want to watch in performance out there, and it wasn't faring them well. Granted, they were only doing that because they did not have enough players on their side. They were never walking into these final circles with a full squad, which is very surprising for Buriram.
Yeah, it is a little surprising for Buriram, but they've got things. They definitely have things to work on. Besides a couple of mechanical mistakes coming out from the crews, for example, not being able to hop over a window, which costed him his life. I definitely think that Buriram aren't going to punish themselves too hard. They're definitely trying to get back into the motions of things based on what we've been seeing here today.
Yeah, I mean, definitely the crews hasn't won me over just yet. I just do miss Get High as of this point of time. Maybe a better swap would have been the crews in for Wasana, because Wasana just hasn't been hitting those shots like how he usually does. So maybe he needs a little bit of a break, and maybe putting him on the bench would motivate him to, just heat him up a little bit before you unleash the good old Wasana on the competition once again. Taking Get High, who is on the top, the highest performing player on the side of Buriram, doesn't make much sense to me, unless of course the guy's a little sick or something.
Well, that, or he's, Falcon's Pina, because when we're looking to the player head to head between Pina and as well as Abe, it's just this is I'm not gonna lie, they kind of did Abe a little dirty here, putting him against Pina, who's been playing especially hot. 15 eliminations and 25 rescues compared to 4 to 10.
They did him dirty with that profile photo, bro. if you've got your eyes half closed like that, you're not going to get those eliminations, Affair. But of course, Pina has been phenomenal in the competition so far, especially here looking for the qualifiers. 15 eliminations, solid play from Falcons, and RRQ, they've just been trying to catch up to the rest of the squads today. They haven't really been on their best of runs.
Yeah, I mean, it could be a little bit better. Maybe there could be a little down on that energy, something that they can consult Red Bull for because of their zinc and vitamins from Thailand. I'm just saying, it's supplemented with zinc B3 and B6, featuring a mild taste that helps players stay highly focused, alert, and allows them to seize everyday opportunities to achieve stylish Booyah victories.
And that's something that RRQ definitely needs right now, some stylish Booyah victories, some Red Bull to partner up with them, just so that they can go the extra mile, because they have been running out of gas a little bit too quick in these circles. Maal's just not feeling himself. Dutz is not raining down those nades on anybody. So if something needs to change right now, it's RRQ. They've been able to get those rotations well, but of course, granted, we do have to give credit where credit is due. Falcons, AGL, Esports, they are performing unusually well today. RRQ just finding it really tough to catch up with them.
Yep, for now, we've already moved on from Solara. We move on to our next map, a good old classic, wide instance, and many teams and players have gotten their names etched in Purgatory. As we see, game number 5, we fly over the map, and it looks like it's slightly skewed to the right-hand side, but not by much.
Not by much indeed. RRQ, early drop. Lamamil, Fire Brigade, Central. This whole island belongs to this Indonesian squad now, so looting galore for them. There's a high probability that Team Flash does rotate into Lumber Mill, because Falcons seem to have taken this hot drop up against them. So this is going to be a little bit of a sticky situation for this Vietnamese team to deal with.
Let's see how it's going to play out, right? Because Flash, they're trying to slow down at least some of the members for coming in for the side of Team Falcons, right? And at least for Pina, he was hoping to find maybe an isolated fight, but unfortunately, he has to deal with all 3 members unless he's able to find this ABCD. Really good movement here, trying to make sure, breaking his ankles in terms of where he has to look at. Now, the rest of Flash is here to pick off Pina. Campsite is going to quickly bring him back, as the rest of the members from Falcons actually chasing BTR instead.
Yeah, great movement from ABCD overall, and Falcons, the rest of the squad members, as they try to get away from this situation, Bigatron seems to have pulled their attention here. Good time turner by On Fire. Has got the shotty in hand, just not the right gun in that fight. The Drogon outdoing him with the rate of fire. And Limit with the backup. Well-deserved pull right back for them. But Flash is in the vicinity. Falcons in a lot of trouble right now.
Yeah, Falcons are getting pinched in by 2 teams, and on the opposite side, I'm pretty sure that Limit just saw Dudes. Definitely won't be missing that. 18 Deers in the car, just ahead of Dudes on that highway, but the Riptide Rhythm's coming out, and Limit is the next to fall. All this happening. Pina, surprisingly, the one who first fell down, is able to get revived and sneak away to hopefully recover. A substitution actually being made here. We are having Waranya over Boone Jamie.
Flash up against Bigatron. RRQ finally showing up as well. Not to pick up the pieces, but to wreck the party here for both the squads. But not all of their players is in the compound just yet, so they just need to slow their pace down a tad bit here. Riptide Rhythm to break down those defenses. RRQ not pulling any stops whatsoever. Saw Mag 7 in hand, but just could not outdo the player. And the Bison shuts him down with a headshot.
ABCD, oh, no way. No way. Juan just walks in. ABCD is like, nope, just dips out of there. They don't spot each other somehow. And even for BTR, he's like, I don't really want to get involved here. Let's just go our separate ways peacefully. And Xbox peeks his head out, takes out Noki in the middle of his rotation, knows that there's another Todak member just behind him, but will steal the loot and make his way forward.
Vanvo with the backup there. And Xbox with the initial tags. Swooping in for the finisher. Falcons eliminated early, and this is what AGAL needs. Early elimination, and literally this is what we said. Falcons needs to be eliminated as team number 12. AGAL needs to go on and get the booyah to cut down this massive distance between the two squads. It's all in the hands of AGAL now.
Let's see how they play it out, right? Because even Flash, they're still not completely done for just yet. If they recover and they do well... Oh, my goodness! The headshots are coming in onto the kill feed already. We see that the rest of the members of VP going to get shot from the clothesline. And finally, we come back to Evol's Divine as they break through one of the members of AGAL. Baros gets the floor. Forge is dominated, but we look on the opposite side and now continue back the fight. Looks like Noki is going to be dropping down in with the help of Faiz. Thanks for the revive. Juan brings back Rin as well as Koja. Nobody eliminated just yet. And now the fight starts to pick up. Decoy, he's looking for an initial pick-off here, especially against Virtus Pro, but he's using his movement to make sure he can buy a little bit of time, knowing that they're going to go for the peek. He goes for the re-peek as well, with the Trogon in hand still. He's got half a magazine left to go. Gets the reload down! Finds one into Exposi! Nolan takes off Cypher off camera, finds a second one with the help of the rest of his members, and more importantly with the Riptide Rhythms that are coming in to support Xplore, the next to fall. The rest of WAG look to collapse on the members of the back end. Diamond finds one, but it's too late. Secret and PSL1 already finding their shots to connect. Diamond has to reposition as the rest of the WAG members take out Nameless because Diamond's their only last hope. One more shot would have done it, but Diamond manages to turn the corner.
Oh, beautifully done by Diamond. Defensively, well played, but unfortunately for him, Vanvo was just in the right flanking position. AC-80 takes him out of the equation. Diamond down, breaks down a glue wall with his vehicle, as well as his Valiant Dash gets strapped into the glue wall with Laho. Not a problem for him at all. Aim God with the backup as well. Esports straight into the arms of EVOS. And EVOS are embracing them with those bullets.
Yep, it's a good thing that all these fights were happening out in the open. And now the Esports is gunned down by EVOS Divine. Thank you so much for initiating. Now we have all the information we need. Despite Kochio being contracted to die, and unfortunately, they just couldn't pick him off in time. EVOS now with 7 eliminations in the bag, a burning car, but they've also got another vehicle left by WAG anyways. They're looking to find their place in the ring, and this is only the very first one.
And just when AGL thought this was going to be a decently easy game, since Falcons got taken out early, it was EVOS that crushed their hopes instantaneously, forcing the team to scramble. Each and every single one of these players have been revived now, which has been a massive reset overall on their looting progress. So AGL on the back foot, they need to stay silent and hope and pray nobody finds them. Barros reviving Cypher as I say that. In the meantime, RRQ managing to spot GOW out here at Lumbermill, but thankfully there is a vending machine there So instant revive for the squad.
Yep, AGL trying to get... Oh, they're trying. Barros tries to go with the movement, but unfortunately a little too late. ABCD, again, making sure that they are keeping clear of these points. And Do has to try and beat ABCD by himself, which is very possible. Looks like ABCD wasn't able to get enough heals for himself. And with the healing UAV, the healing drone, at least he can keep Barros up and alive without him losing too much health despite being chipped away by the blue. Now we see that Abe is turning the corner onto RIP, who takes him out with the help of Mal. 2 headshots puts him out of his misery, and they even have a delivery service to get to the next point. They have vehicles to play with, and Dian, he's just trying to hide. Maal gonna go for the loot here. Dian, his head pokes through the staircase, but he doesn't notice, but Doots does. Time Turner already down. Dian trying to take the space forward, but he's only got a P90, and it's not going to be enough, especially when Doots has the heavy artillery, but he's put down to 18 HP. RRQ come out of this alive.
Yeah, close enough, but fortunately he was outnumbered either way. Toda, on the other hand, spotting a player, dropping back in on that revive, but it's a tad bit unlucky as they try to engage them with those bullets. Zom on the revival for Wang. And Team Flash is back in it with a full squad as well.
They are, but they're hovering around the northern edge, and they make the call to say, hey, let's go deeper into the blue for now. We know that Todak already spotted us out. We don't want to go through that wall of resistance here. And some of the Flash members are looking for information across the board. Looks like Saifal finally spotted Huang Am, who's trying to check out the northeastern side of the map. VP is still lingering around here. Managed to get a full reset before Ring 2, and now Huang Am needs to win out this 1v1, but Saifa takes him out with ease, and even calls in the rest of his team just in case he gets thirded. For the most part, it looks like they should be able to make it out of here, but with Team SR already marked to die, looks like they might have to take a longer path down towards the eastern side of the ring.
Yeah, it's a good recovery here for the squad of AGL, and it looks like they've gotten their hands on some decent loot as well. So nothing much for the squad to worry about for the time being. Virtus Pro, on the other hand, looking for an extra point here off of Exposi. On the revival, brought that P90 in. Zom is gonna rock this with the Thompson, potentially. Gets the tags in, and unfortunately, Exposi will get traded out as the bullets hit each other at the very same time.
Yep, that's unfortunate. The worst part about that is just, you know, immense eye contact as you're already on your knees, right? It's just, you can't really do anything about it. Both sides are like, could we die faster? Is there like a end this button? But they don't, so they just have to wait, painfully wait until they get revived. In the meantime, though, at least WAG has found themselves a spot here by Brasilia. Now, the ring is hovering around Brasilia campsite at this point of time. We'll see whether or not it's going to pull either towards Brasilia or closer to campsite, ideally over Brasilia, for anybody who's on the western side. But here by the north side, Torak has already gotten into fights with AGAL on multiple occasions. Now it's an all-in. Oh my god! Team SR already taking out Faiz. 2 quick shots puts him out of his misery as well. And now turning this into a 3v4. Todak on the back foot as Saifa is now peppering them, cutting through the glue walls. And unfortunately, Traps can't do anything about that as one by one the Todak members get gunned down in the open field. VP and as well as GOW watch the entire thing go down, and they demand justice for Todak.
Yeah, Saifa having a field day with a cord in his hands. My goodness me. And Toda stood no chance in that engagement at all. They're scrambling all around as usual. Just looking for their footing, trying to figure out exactly how to play the counter. But AGL just took that good opportunity as they were thinking to swoop on in and end the fight between them. Cypher now has got yet another fight. This time against a slightly more put together squad in GOW. But in the grand scheme of things, they haven't really been collecting points well today. Even Toda doing better than them.
Yeah, I mean, look at... honestly, I do miss the stat of how much damage they're doing to glue walls, because I think Saifa is just absolutely blowing through them at this point, just to apply pressure, right? Suppressing fire in the most effective sense of the word. As Saifa, he's up front, he's gone by the tree here. His angles towards Dian Demon, as well as RIP are very, very limited, and forcing them to use these stats, and more importantly, forcing them to use these glue walls is costing them a lot. Sypha, he's out of glue walls himself. He has to push backwards. His demon is right in front of Team SR. To take out Sypha finally has 2 more glue walls, despite majority of his being blown, as Du breaks that back line, opens it up with a Riptide Rhythm, doesn't find Rip, puts him down to 50% as the left side falls down. Du finds one into RIP already as Du takes out Demon. The flank is successful, and it's all thanks to Du.
And the final player for the side of GOW, Akoi, just not getting involved in the fight, and there's no great line of sight to find the connection. Had a good gun, the M82B, a little bit out of meta, but still could have done some massive damage onto AGAL, who were put on their knees moments ago by the rest of his team members. Perhaps a little bit of a miscommunication, and Akoi taken out of the equation as well. GOW goes down. How unfortunate. And AGAL, very impressive recovery.
Yep, and it looks like this is going to be a Brasilia final zone ring here. Plenty of compounds and concrete walls, brick walls even, to make sure that everybody has an angle, a place to kind of dominate, a line of sight that could be the key to their victory. Evos Divine gets spotted out with the help of the Dinoculars. Flash is also coming in from the south, but one smack in the middle. It's BTR Vitality as Mal finds the headshot already onto one. Evos Flash, they gotta be a little careful. They can't afford to lose any more members coming into this ring. There's nowhere to revive.
Yeah, not to Ma'al, man. He's got that Raphael. He's got the Maro. He is going to hit like a truck from that distance. Super dangerous in a situation like this. That player didn't stand a chance at all. Expired instantly the moment he got taken down. Buriram, though, 2 eliminations. Looking for the game of recovery, but pins it down. WAG asking big questions from the bottom stairs here. AGL up against yet another competitor, this time in the name of Virtus Pro. Left it only due. This was that game to catch up with Falcons, and all they do is cut that lead down by 11 points.
Now, which only leaves our one last competitor who could try and steal this away and maybe find another booyah, which is Flash. To be admittedly fair, they are kind of on the back foot here. However, the crew's still trying to make sure that he controls this entirety of the stairs. That second floor is all BRUs, but they know that WAG at any point of time could look to rush up, and one already tries to make the attempt. Cruz stops him just in time. They don't find any space. It's now the time turner as well to try to stop the retaliatory fire. Jonah finds one as we see the rest of the members start blowing through. They're getting cut down, but now they have to go for the invasion themselves. They've committed it all into this. T-Coin as well as Vanvo trying their absolute best to stay alive at this point of time, and while this is all happening inside the house, the domestic abuse doesn't stop Amal, just trying to make sure that every single angle is known that RRQ has your number.
And Buriram out again. A premature end to the climb to, well, just basically trying to stay alive at this point of time. They can't even climb up and catch up with a team like Falcons as of this point of time. Falcons so close to the 100-point mark with 2 more games to go. And of course, an unfortunate falter in this game, which is going to keep them away from that 100-point mark and breaking or shattering some records here today. Great Riptide Rhythm response from Team Flash as WAG breaks down their defenses as well. Straight into the time turner, and Tikui punishes the Zob. WAG, what a great aggressive push.
A very aggressive push, but it comes at a lot of resources. They managed to top back up with the help of the body bag, but at this point, there's not a lot of play space to really work with here. They're just utilizing their movements to try and dodge some of the shots, but Evos Divine already the 2 members down on their knees, and Flash unfortunately bowing out at 6, unless Ray can manage to land this shot. Unfortunately, he does, but wasn't the headshot that they were looking for. God is all by himself as BTR have dominated the northern side and are going to snowball it into RRQ. WAG still have 3 members. BTR the only one with... BTR and RRQ the only ones with full, healthy, living squads.
RRQ up against Bigatron, but Bigatron is actually going to back away from this fight. Looking at the circle, favoring them. They try to reposition, setting up those glue walls. Very well played, but no Riptide Rhythm, forcing them to be in a terrible situation just yet. It's just all of the shots out of the court. Abe just piling on the pressure from the back, forcing Bigatron straight into the arms of WAG.
Yep, and now we might see the ring around Rosies one more time. WAG as well as BTR. BTR been taking so much, but Dudes finds the initial. And Mahal as well. That's 2 picks on towards BTR's side. That should be a full initiation coming out from the side of RRQ as they are looking to pick up these eliminations as soon as possible. They finish them 2 off, and now all that's left is WAG. 2 members down. Oh boy, here comes the all-in. Is 18 Deer already finds one. RRQ clean up the rest of the lobby.
The first booyah for RRQ, and what we thought was an opportunity for AGAL to climb up and cut the distance between them and Falcon. That opportunity was taken by RRQ instead, and this is classic RRQ, staying silent, surviving all the way deep into that with those engagements. But of course, quite a bit of distance between themselves as well as Falcons to cut down here. But looking at the massive points picked up through those eliminations, I think they've done very well to jump up the leaderboard.
Yep, they're definitely going to make this last map very interesting, but we'll double confirm once we've tabulated all of the points of everybody else. Because again, at least for AGAL, they're able to catch up significantly to Falcons. I think it was like, what, 11 eliminations, which would have put them at 88, but this is before we add in the placement points. So maybe it could be even more. It could be a lot closer than we think.
Yeah, I think overall they should be around 85, 87 points. But the best thing here is, from not being part of this race, all of a sudden, hot on the tails of Falcons is RRQ. And the next game will decide which is the team that finds the qualifier. I thought it was going to be RRQ qualifying today. And then like 3 matches in, I'm like, okay, maybe it's not going to happen. And these boys literally just flip the script right before we come to our very last game of the day here. And what better map to get this done on than Bermuda? We go back to the old school map, the very first one introduced into the esports scene, into the game as a matter of fact. And I think it's going to be a good place to settle this once and for all. AJL could not catch up, and now for sure RRQ has overtaken them because that one was a massive 30-pointer from the Indonesian squad.
Ooh, 30 full points. Okay. Yeah, this is making the race to the top be a lot harder, right? At this point, I'm assuming that because the stakes are so high, that these teams will finally calm down, especially on a map like Bermuda. Yes, you can be aggressive if you want to, but with the stakes, we saw how Falcons died out in the last match, so I think this time around they have to calm down because the number of eliminations that we saw, Modehouse coming in from VP as well, the early engagements, that was to be expected within the first round. But then as we got into the second as well as third, that didn't really die off as hard as I thought it would. The recovery game ended up causing a lot of chaos towards the east and west sides.
You know, for some reason, I thought AJL had more eliminations than this, so they won't be on 87. They'll be somewhere around the 70-something-ish mark, which means they just dropped the ball big time here up against Falcons. So, yeah, man, one more game, but this basically means that RRQ needs to find some way to get Falcons out of the equation early to stand a good chance to find this qualifier, or else it's going to be really hard because Falcons have been very consistent throughout the whole day except that Purgatory match. And your MVP, Maal 77, 8 eliminations, 7 knockdowns, running in here with the Skylar and the most deadly passive skill lineup that a sniper can drag in here. The Maro, the Raphael, the Awakened Moko, as well as that Riptide Rhythm. If you hit a shot from a decent enough distance, your opponents are going to expire before anybody can pick them up. Diva or not, they are not going to get picked right back up. This guy was deadly in this fight.
Absolutely. Finding a lot of pickoffs, a lot of stragglers trying to rotate away or into a ring, away from a fight sometimes, and Maal just made sure that every one of those shots actually counted, right? 8 eliminations, 7 knockdowns compared to the rest of his team who didn't get as much action as he did throughout the game and throughout the map.
But massive assists, though, from the rest of his team members. 7 on the side of Dudes, 5 for 18 Dia, 4 assists from Abe, and they all did manage to pull in some points for the squad as well for a overall massive game. 18 eliminations strong. This was a great run for RRQ. This is definitely their best game of the day. And the rest of the matches, they haven't really done all that too badly. They were pretty average in the rest of the matches. Of course, Kalahari was a good game where they did manage to walk away with the 3rd spot and 9 eliminations. But apart from that, it was just average in terms of what RRQ could usually bring to the table. And yet, here they are nipping away at the heels of Falcons.
Hey, a bit of a slow burn, I'm not gonna lie, but they're spicing things up, they're heating things up, and now that the engine is warm, it's gonna make sure that this Bermuda map, all hell is gonna break loose at this point. We'll see where that that final ring is going to be, because we've seen Bermuda a couple of times have some awkward balances in terms of how much land and how many compounds are going to be in a specific spot. But I think RRQ will look to navigate that really well, especially walking away with 30 points. They're coming into this map with a huge amount of momentum, as WAG, the closest person next to them, only achieved 19.
Yeah, AGAL with the 14 is, this was a big opportunity drop here for AGAL, looking for the qualifier to the grand finals. And now they're going to be 18 points behind Team Falcons. RRQ stands a better chance. But of course, that being said, it's going to be tough to catch up to Falcons, who have been so consistent throughout this whole day. And Bermuda is not Falcons' worst map. It's one of the maps where they perform really well. They're one of the best teams there. And alongside them, though, the best performing team at Bermuda so far, guess who? It's RRQ. So this next game is going to be hot, Gideon.
They've set themselves up for success. They just need to survive that early game, because once RRQ start feeling themselves in the late game feels almost done and dusted already. We'll see whether this is going to be as hot as we thought. They could just bow out very early on. We know about that Booyah curse. It seems to be so consistent here in Southeast Asia. Hopefully RRQ can maybe break it to keep this interesting between the Falcons and as well as the Kingdom.
Absolutely. And of course, this was a massive comeback here from RRQ, and this is the unsuspecting surprise that the randomizer brings into each and every single day, right? Because you never know exactly what the momentum build-up is going to be like here for some of these squads. And, just as luck would have it, RRQ has got this momentum build-up towards the later part of the day, which is the better way to do it, because yesterday they heated up way too early and they crashed and burned. Today, they started things off and they kept it simmering for quite a while before exploding towards the final stages. And of course, with Bermuda being their best map and with them being the best on Bermuda, this is the best condition. But of course, they cannot forget, Falcons are a danger here as well. Buriram, very proficient on Bermuda. It's not going to be easy. WAG is very proficient at this map as well. It's definitely going to be a dogfight towards the very end. All of these teams are going to be gunning for them so that they can find their own qualifier to the finals.
I'm suspecting all the teams are going to go into a phase shift where, at least for the first ring, everybody's just going to calm down, right? Maybe there'll be a couple of hot drops, but I don't think there'll be as many thirds as we saw in the past 5 maps that we've seen in the early game, right? At this point, the groundwork has been laid out for the side of RRQ. Everybody else are just going to be working on their fundamentals at this point, because nobody's really that close to the top 5 at this point. And even for like 4 and 5, it's still, you still need a massive point game, and hoping that the Falcons bow out early. Same goes for AGAL, same goes for RRQ, who's also in the standings of that top 3. Once those guys do badly, then maybe you have an opportunity to go for the steal.
Yeah, the prerequisite here is Falcons need to fall early. The unfortunate thing is AGAL is just not very proficient at finding the top 3. Let's take a look at a quick elimination counter comparison here. Limit versus Dew. Both are snipers on both ends of these squads. And 18 versus 13 is not too bad. Dew is still hanging on. It's just that the rest of his team members, can they back him up the way Limit gets back up from the rest of his team members? That's going to be the big question here.
Oh, it's tough to say because again, I think that Limit has been hitting some pretty insane shots. We haven't seen that level of consistency from Do in a bit of a minute. I'm not going to lie, but maybe that's because I'm not on broadcast every other day. But even so, I still think that Limit right now has been able to get a lot more clutch shots in the middle of fights, whether CQC or long range, that have turned the tides for Falcons more often in comparison to Do.
Yeah, no doubt at all. I think, you know, Deuce very flashy with his plays, Limit extremely consistent, right? Especially with his combo of the Riptide Rhythm alongside the AWM shots. They just connect and they wreck players out there the moment he spots them. But of course, the final game being Bermuda, with so many of these big teams who are close to qualifying, being good at this map, it is a toss of a coin. Anybody could get it. Even AGAL is not too bad on this map. They're not the best, but they're not the worst as well. They definitely stand a good chance. They've got momentum on their side. They've got the confidence on their side. So it's anybody's game. And I think this is amazing, right? With this format of this competition, every day of Phase 2 is pretty much a grand finals day here, Gideon.
Yep, there are stakes involved. These teams aren't just playing for the sake of playing. I think now that they realize that, like, yeah, there is something to actually play for. We don't necessarily, I mean, obviously we want to hide a couple of strats, but, you know, we'll see a couple of edges, a couple of indicators of what they might be cooking up for the grand finals.
And on top of that, the best team of the day gets a extra $250 US. So not only do you qualify to the grand finals, you also walk away from this lobby a little bit richer. 250 USD, solid. Get to buy some good dinner for the whole squad. But of course, as we kick our flight path off, this is going to be the final game of the day on our good old Bermuda. And this is just chaos that's about to ensue here. So many of these teams so close to qualifying, all super solid on this map. A few hot drops can really wreck the day. And Falcons versus RRQ, what a better start we can have here.
All right, they want to right off the rip, right? Want to make sure. We'll see who's gonna win that out, because again, I'm looking at everybody else. Like Flash, for an example, has always been like just a little bit closer than you would have liked, right? They're gonna be taken out on towards Clock Tower side, eventually making their way into Rimdown Village to join that fight to see how this is gonna play out. And immediately Keroro getting knocked down. The cord from Maal, the perfect weapon, especially for a situation like this. Unfortunately for Pina, with no gun, he goes down, and this might be an early bow out here for the Falcons unless they can turn this around. On fire, wins out his fight, but can he get the trade? No, he does not. Limit is all by himself. Very dangerous situation to be in. And worst yet, he's got the weaponry, he's got level 3 armor, he has a landmine as well, but is opting to run. He gets shot in the back by Maal, and that's Falcons bowing out at 12.
If you want something done right, you gotta get it done yourself. RRQ knew the biggest threat for them was Falcons, and they said, we are gonna sort this out, baby. And what better gun to pick up literally on a hot drop? The cord, which is pretty much in meta. You got to smash all those players back to back. A tad bit unfortunate Falcons in the overall grand scheme of things. After such a breakout run today, RRQ literally crushed them with that hot drop.
And now Falcons preying on their downfall, praying that Flash catches up, because at this point, RRQ, how many points do they need? They need 12 more points to even out against Falcons, 13 points to overtake them, which is very possible if they just get a couple more eliminations and survive until the very last ring. Either way, by the factory side, WAG facing off the members of Todak. Time Turner is already down, but it's not really going to do much, especially since X4 is already so nearby. Winning out these early fights is great for WAG, but the factory is theirs.
Cruz. This not as sharp as Moshi, but not the weakest marksman out there. Sana taking a CQC, and Rip almost literally ripped him apart there. MP5 in the hands of Wasana. It's just not doing great at all in the current matter. My goodness, Wasana. As he tried to get up top, Cruz sprayed down by the end, and Moshi's just stepping away, saying, maybe this is not my time to shine just yet. As Wasana tries to get away from the sticky situation as well. Jonah looking for a better spot to back him up. But RIP literally tosses a nade and sends Wasana to his grave.
Oh my goodness. Unfortunate indeed. Todak still taking the brunt of the damage and finally getting eliminated here. T-Quay making sure that he's not missing these shots. Angry and looking for revenge. Wait, hold on. Where did the members of Flash go? Flash as well as BTR in the middle of the fight, but we do see that one of the Flash members is off to the side. As we see that RRQ facing up against new competitors in BTR, holding the opposite end of the Rimnam village, right in smack in the middle of it, some may say, over this river. And I don't think RRQ was ready for this. I think they were hoping for Flash, but it looks like BTR pushed them out of the way. Oh, Juan goes down, and Kyong the next to fall as well. Taking out the competitors real fast here. RRQ with the help of the Accord, applying an insane amount of pressure. Rin runs into line of fire, and now Kyong is all by himself. A revive has been purchased. We can get one more. They got Rin just in time as Kyong goes down. Koja takes out Death, and now they are behind the thirders in the Flash.
I mean, goodness me. Immediately pulling out a hit list, spotting out Koja, and that extra information leading them directly to the player. But of course, thankfully, they had that one final second revival coming on through. But now yet another contender in the form of EWOS. This one's a little spicier fight for RRQ to deal with. They've got the loot on their side, though. They didn't really waste a lot of resources up against Bigatron because they used their compound very well. Beautiful play with the time turner. Aim God pulling up that blue wall just in the nick of time to avoid Dutz and his nasty grenades.
Keeps an eye out for Russia. Quickly covers his back. I'm not sure if he's still exposed, and it looks like he still is. Unfortunately, Russia takes him out. Not good placement of the blue walls, thinking that he broke LOS. He did not. Kochil, still alive, manages to drop down the blue wall just in time here. With Abe in the up the Accord, he is just cutting down on these blue walls real fast, but he doesn't have a lot of play area to begin with. Taking a quick look at the surroundings, trying to figure out what the battle lines are going to be. They know that Russia is off in an off angle on the vantage point on the height. Kuchil's head was sticking out, but he moves just in time. Maal did not line up the shot. Unfortunate indeed, as Ray is looking to back him up.
Oh, Maal would have been deadly in that situation. Almost had that lined up headshot. Didn't manage to get the click in the tick of time. Abe backing away. 18 Dia for the Punisher, but gets punished by Aim God Strogon instead. 2 players down. Revivals just not possible. Maal seeking another shot just to thin down the numbers of EWOS, who are not stopping. Instead, they're going in for the finisher.
They're trying their best here. Russia, whoa! Even with the mini Uzi, he's going to take on the sniper head to head. No problem. Switches over to the primary just to show him who's boss. Ends him with a quick bullet to the dome. And now BRU facing off against so many Vietnamese squads. Initially it was GOW, but it looks like PE Esports were the first ones to actually hit up this arsenal. And now BRU, they can't choke this fight. They've got 2 ways to play this. And unfortunately, the sniper for PE Esports is not going to be there in that time as they are blowing out the roof of the arsenal itself. The left side now being covered, but unfortunately for Nolan, he's going to be cut off from the rest of his teammates. He's down as the Cruise has already found the play.
Yeah, smooth play here from Buriram, going in here for the Arsenal play. Understanding that Esports probably had the better set of guns, but trusting their mechanical capability, and now they get to loot these players off instantaneously. AGAL though on the hot fly in with that jump pad. The new contenders are in a decent enough spot. They popped the coda, but the rest of the Buriram players were all crouching, so they disable that information being sent off. Wasana giving away just a tad bit of info there. GOW in shooting range as well as AGAL takes advantage.
Oh, Moshi makes a hard decision about what to do, but dude manages, gets him, blows his head off, and unfortunately for BRU, now caught between a rock and a hard place. The Cruise by himself, but Joanna manages to sneak back and be able to revive the rest of his teammates, forcing... Wait, hold on. VP facing off against BTR by the top side, by Bullseye even, and BTR ends up losing that. VP winning it out on the northern side, must make their way into the zone as we cut back to AGAL and GOW.
Yeah, Bigatron was one of those squads. If they had scored a massive game, they could have actually qualified to the grand finals. Unfortunate, a early elimination on them. But AGAL still in the running. There was 3 points difference between them and RRQ. With their eliminations alone, they've managed now to step over them. But of course, RRQ did manage to farm quite a little bit earlier on as well. This has to be a fight that AGAL must win. GOW poses a huge threat here for their qualifier to the grand finals.
Yep, and AGAL, they're getting closer and closer to it. 4 elimination points already. Every single one is going to bring them closer. Takes out Rip. Perfect. That's another one in the bag. As we see the Waranya is trying his best to try to fend off the rest of the members here from the side of EVOS Divine. But unfortunately, there's just too much firepower and not enough boys shooting back. Nameless last to fall. But that's going to be VP out in 9th.
Yeah, this is the Esports World Cup champions that we know in EVOS. And they do manage to unlock the arsenal for themselves as well. Some upgrade of guns for the guys who are on fire this time around with the engagements. And they've also got a hit list laid out here for RRQ's Dudes. So they know exactly where he is on the map. The question is, do they want to get aggressive and put RRQ in a tough little spot? RRQ is at 91 points. They need 4 more points to match up and 6 points if they want to confidently overtake. But AJAL dangerously close to them.
It's very possible here. But they just need to make sure that they live. There's 2 routes that they could go for. Either they take early fights or they look to just play silently until they make it into the top 3. Either or is very viable, and either or will net you eliminations regardless. As we see the rest of the map, right? We see the Koshil as well as Russia on the outside in the blue, trying to look for resources to try and get the eventual revival before making their way up Katulistiwa and then down to Bimasakti Stripped. Joanna, same thing. He's looking for opportunities, but it looks like WAG is jumping right into AGAL as we speak, as RRQ are facing heavy resistance by Clock Tower against PE Sports.
And Buriram's rotating right behind AGAL. This might just be over for the squad who's looking to qualify for the grand finals here. RRQ up against PE Sports, and the shots have already ensued at Clock Tower. AGAL's just got to hunker down and hope and pray nothing happens, but they are losing player after player. The counter up against WAG is there. Saifa knocked down, but it's a 2v2, and Barros Wasana interferes.
Oh, he's let it go!
Yes, he does. PLS1 finds Barros.
A beautiful headshot to turn this around. PSL1 needs to get on out of there. He's the last one remaining as the members of BRU have been watching the fight this entire time. WAG bow out, and AGAL managed to walk away from the fight. They managed to do it. Laho is able to find at least a headshot on towards Dudes down here by our southern fight of the Clock Tower. And RRQ, they can't afford to lose members like this. They can't afford, especially when they are so close, 3 points away to even it up.
We usually see Vietnam accidentally helping their brothers, but this is one of those moments where Thailand pulls that off. Buriram helping AGAL survive in the pickle of a situation, and now RRQ and AGAL, they are all tied on the leaderboard. Both teams only have 3 more survivors, and PE Sports asking some big questions off of this Indonesian squad.
Oh no, it's too late! LBT finds 18 deer, leaving only Ma'alan as well as Abe left to try and pick up the pieces. Riptime Rhythm Abe finds an amazing opportunity, even the binoculars being used, but Abe unfortunately unable to capitalize on it. Nero still alive with the help of the electrotherapy from LBT. Ma'al, he's repositioning. He's trying to get some shots onto LBT to make it easier for Abe, but he finds it! Ma'al, with the help of Abe, take out another one, leaving Nolan and Nero left a 2v2. This is the closest we've seen of Ma'al once again, making God's work real. Nero all by himself. 3 members of RRQ, 2 members of PE.
Lahore with the backstab, looking for Abe. Ma'al circling around to support his brother Abe, looking for Nero. Lahore could just be the game changer here. Abe does not understand. He's in a lot of trouble out in the open. Inhaler drops his health right back up. And a good flank around the left-hand side. Instead, Lahore punishes. But the revival onto 18 DA is going to keep RRQ in, even though Ma'al gets knocked down.
Oh my goodness, it's too close for comfort. It's too close. We already see where the next ring is going to be, and it's hovering over Bima Sakti Strip, which is perfect for EVOS Divine, who had a late recovery and more importantly, a late rotation from the northwestern side. AGAL back in full fighting force now tries to make their way into the ring on the southeastern side. However, Team Flash is not going to let them go easy.
How is 18DA going to bring back his squad? He does not, as Ray puts the final nail on the coffin. It is now for AGAL to shine. They literally need 2 points. And Flash can ruin the party. EVOS can ruin the party here. AGL just needs eliminations at this point. Cypher goes down. Flash messing with their mojo right now. Team SR is really low.
Oh no, Death. He's able to take out Cypher, forcing out Duo out of position. He goes down to his knees. He just needs 2 points. The Zom takes him out. And now the Zom goes in for the rest. AGAL at 94 points. So close, yet so far. Down to the last member. Russia takes up us. And now that's a wipeout. Flash. They're done for. And the same goes for AGAL, leaving only PE, EVOS, and BRU in our top 3.
Bro, they are on a tie. We need our tiebreaker. And the tiebreaker is going to be the total number of booyahs. AGAL has no booyahs to their name. What an unfortunate end. So many teams falling, even though the condition of Falcons getting eliminated early came true. They could not get enough. Holy mama. And now 3-4 teams fighting for some consolation highlights here. Rasia with the backstab gets a double snipe, going for the head of Jonah. Now Israel with the M590 circling around the left hand side. Aim God, it's a 2v1. Jonah goes down. Buriram gets toasted.
And that should wrap it up. EVOS eats up the rest of the lobby. 1 member left from PE Esports, Nero, who's been hiding this entire time. He needs to show himself. Unless he's able to clutch this out 1v4. We haven't seen that in a very long time from any competitor from across the world. Aim God finally spots him out, and now the kill squad is on the way. And there you have it. EVOS Divine finally getting the booyah they've been waiting for.
There's a consolation booyah for EVOS. I mean, they don't even walk away with the extra 250. That's for the team of the day. And the team of the day is the team that scored 1 booyah. And they got taken out so early in this match in an unbelievable Bermuda showdown. They had a 15-point lead on RRQ. And RRQ desperately tried to catch up. AGAL did better. Managed to go through all odds to grab those points to match up before they got done in by all squads. Team Flash with a little bit of assistance from this team. EVOS Divine.
Woo! EVOS Divine coming out on top. That late rotation from Bimasakti Strip Hill. It worked out. It worked out from Katolistiwa. Oh my god. I can't believe it panned out in this particular manner. You can't make this up.
You can't, bro. You can't. This is Free Fire at its best. And I was wondering, when are we going to see some of these tiebreakers, man? And we get it right here on day 2 of our week 3, day 2 of our phase 2, where Falcons now qualifies. And this technically means 2 Thai teams have found their qualifier out of 5. Are we going to just see back-to-back Thai squads fighting these qualifiers? I will not be surprised at all. I mean, yesterday was a true shocker, but today was just pure drama, and you just gotta love it, Gideon.
I mean, I didn't expect it to pan out the way that it did. The way that it shaped out seemed very obvious, but right at the end is when you never really know. You never really know with Free Fire, man. Bermuda, what a place to kind of end today off of, to set up the rest, to set it up for everybody else. Because now, if you're not like annoyed that you haven't qualified for the grand finals, I think a day like this could really set you over the edge.
I mean, AGAL, they've been holding back, and you know, group stage they performed decently well. Today was their day. You know, breakout run. Dew was performing. Cypher was getting those frags. Everybody stepping up on the side of AGAL. And they came so close, literally on the exact same 95 points. This was a breakout run, a breakout performance by AGAL. And Falcons just had to ruin it. And they were literally the team that got taken out in the 12th spot. How insane is that? To be the first team to get eliminated and not need to do anything because you've already put in enough effort throughout the whole day, man. I mean, Falcons just a class, a cut above.
They really are. I'm sure in the live studio, they probably, as soon as they got eliminated, put down the phones and looked at everybody else who's like jazz hands, like, oh, are we gonna surpass? Are you gonna catch up with us or not? We don't know. But look at these highlights, man, because again, we thought that maybe the early game was gonna calm down for a little bit, but apparently not, right? Especially by Rim Nam Village. This was just a chain of events which EVOS Divine at the very end were the victors of.
Yeah, and RRQ, they just kept getting dunked on. At least some teams tried, but it was EVOS that succeeded to take those final few shots up against RRQ. And then later on, up against Virtus Pro, that was just a no fight at all, right? EVOS Divine was just totally overpowering them in that engagement. WAG up against AGAL. You know, you expect them to fall time and time again, but AGL was just that cockroach that just did not want to get snuffed out. They just kept surviving over and over again. But look at this performance. Ray as the Russia, 9 eliminations, 10 knockdowns, 4,466 on the damage, rocking the Valiant Dash on the Oscar, has the Ford, has the Shani, and rocking the Nikita as well, just for the extra reload speed on the M590. The Shani hits that recycle gear, Ford with the extra bit of HP. I've seen this active-passive skill combination, but I've never seen anyone rock stats like this together with this combo.
I can totally agree with that, right? But again, it's a combination that he wants to get in the face of people, and he really got into the faces of a lot of people based on his stats alone. But let's look at the rest of his team, right? Because based on it, it looks like Gracia was doing pretty well. It's just AimGod and Cochilo was like, you kids have fun, man. We'll just chill for a second.
And what a day of drama that we literally just did not highlight this phenomenal run by EVOS, because they waited the whole game to wake up, and this game, the game where they woke up, it basically meant nothing, right? It's inconsequential. They're just showing everyone that, hey guys, chill, you're still around, we can play, we can find the frags, and Rasia rocked it. Ray absolutely smashed it. Overall, it was a phenomenal game from EVOS, showing that they're still in the run and they can make a good performance count later on at the grand finals if they want to. And that's the key word, if, right?
It's all about playmakers, right? If you're able to make that one play to turn things around and has the impact that we're looking for, the meta will provide and will reward you. It's just sad to see that EVOS, it took them this long to get to this point, right? I think this is one of the few times where their early game actually went decently well, being the victors at the very end of the domino effect rather than being in the middle or the one who started it.
AGL doing what was needed. 18 points was needed to catch up. They did it, and they needed one more. And of all teams, the team that scored the double booyah, Team Flash. With the double booyah, they still placed 6th overall because they just couldn't climb up the leaderboard all that too much, but they just managed to play spoilers for AGAL. And of course, EVOS kind of interfered a little bit as well. RRQ almost didn't do enough, but they had a tough fight, man. I mean, they went in for a hot drop, and then they just kept getting pummeled after, team after team just kept fighting them, and unfortunately, it was their Indonesian brothers that were coming in for those fights, with EVOS being the final victor. But look at this beauty. Just with the tiebreaker on the Booyah, Falcons will be team number 2 to join Pharaoh in the grand finals.
Dude, RRQ could have taken that spot. It could have been a 3-way tiebreaker, and there's honestly a good argument that they would have won it out as well because of their limbs. That's so frustrating for both AGAL and as well as RRQ, but despite that performance, Falcons put in too much effort to be denied an opportunity to go to the grand finals. And EVOS, despite having a pretty abysmal day, a couple of hot games, and a good number of eliminations, put them at the end of today at 4th.
Yeah. RRQ could have made us go to the 3rd condition, all right? Where we look at the elimination to call who wins this tiebreaker, the placement of the final match, because even on the eliminations, we are so close between Falcons as well as RRQ. This was an insane match. This was an insane day. And this is exactly what the current format here at FFWS SEA gives us. Just pure drama day after day. You couldn't ask for anything better. It was so exciting from the start all the way down to this game number 6, Gideon.
I mean, hey, I'm just gonna throw it out there, but Free Fire's been listening to their community, right? There are no days where it doesn't feel like there isn't something to play for. There's a lot of weight coming into each of these days, and it really makes this league that much more interesting to watch compared to our competitors. Even so, we've seen everything kind of pan out here. I'm very excited to see some of these other teams who have been denied that opportunity, like Flash for an example. They're still finding booyahs here, even though this is the first day of which they got to play in Phase 2.
RRQ, RRQ is the only one that's like, okay, bro, we know AGL almost made it, we know Falcons made it, but we almost made it too. 94 points, and these boys, they were hustling, right? They had the consistency and they had the fight. They had the vigor to go through battle after battle on Rimnam Village, and first off, winning it out against the Falcons, that was the winning condition. Take Falcons out of the equation, and they almost helped AGAL by taking Falcons out and they themselves being dunked on by EVOS. But this is the beauty once again of what the current format offers us, and we will just not have it any other way. We've got an interview on standby, and we also have that interesting elephant dance. I'm still curious, what is this elephant dance?
Well, it could be a trend, it could be something that we've never heard for, it could be a Southeast Asian special. It's a little tough to say which one it could possibly be. I just want to see how that they manufacture the loser headbands. But hey, once again, thank you so much to everybody who's been watching now. Please enjoy the rest of the show. It's going to be enough of AJ and as well as me, Gideon Q. It's interview time. Let's see the headbands.
Hello survivors, welcome to the interview section from Thailand Broadcast, and here we are with the AGAL and this is Team SR. สวัสดีค่ะ
สวัสดีครับ
So for All Gamers Global, they got a second place. It's such a close game for them because all of the point elimination and place point and all the total is 95. Like first place and the second place is the same. So let's ask the first question. Last game, what happened in there? Because you need just one elimination to get the first place of the standing. ตอนนั้นเราเกิดอะไรขึ้นบ้างคะในเกมสุดท้ายเพราะว่าเราขาดอีกแค่1อีลิมเท่านั้นในการเข้าสู่รอบต่อไป
ก็ตอนแรกก็ไฟกับอีกตีหนึ่งครับแต่ว่าดิวโดนอีกตีหนึ่งเข้าหลังครับก็เลยเสียใช้เวลารีกันนานครับ
That time we already faced with one team. We already have a fight, but then due that which his position is on the back, he got joined with the other team. So that's why, because they cannot reset the fight, so they got knocked and got elim, and then just the end of AGAL that time. Okay, let's go to the second question. Today you almost got the booyah. And yeah, you have lack of the point just a little bit. So what do you think about what is the point that today is what is the addition that you have to add more and fulfill more to get more booyah and point for the next match? วันนี้ยังขาดแต้มอยู่แล้วก็วันนี้เกือบจะได้บูย่าแล้วคิดว่าอะไรคือส่วนเสริมที่เราจะสามารถเพิ่มเติมมาได้เพื่อให้เราได้คะแนนมากขึ้นในแมตช์ต่อไปค่ะ
ก็คะแนนอันดับเลยครับจะเอาคะแนนอันดับให้ได้เยอะกว่านี้ครับ
อันดับ
ใช่ครับ
So about Elim is he think it's fine but it's about the place point that they have to seek for it. So let's wait and see for the next match what they can do or not. Okay, let's go to the last question. So next week is gonna be class court and you have to play against with EVOS Divine. Do you have anything to say to them?อาทิตย์หน้าเนี่ยจะเป็น Clash of War 4v4 เราต้องเจอกับตัวของ EVOS มีอะไรอยากจะบอกพวกเขาไหมคะ
ก็เห็นเพื่อนผมบอกว่าโหดที่สุดในอินโดครับผมก็อยากลองเจอเหมือนกันครับ
Alright, so someone told him that EVOS DY is the base team of the 4v4 or Clash Squad in Indonesia, so he wants to face with them. So let's see about the next week Clash Squad. Alright, this is the end of the interview section. Thank you for watching us and we will go back to the caster and see you next week. Bye bye.
Okay, so good interview. But that's not the segment I was looking for.
We were all hoping for a different segment, but you can see it in his eyes, man. He's just thinking about, it only took one elimination. We couldn't find one elimination. You can see, without even having to be a telekinetic person to read his mind, you can feel it. You can feel it.
I feel bad for the guy because it was a very good day for AGAL. No booyah, no problem sort of a day where they were just collecting those points, finding the circle, great positioning, and, a couple of times they faltered, but in the grand scheme of things, this was one of the best days where their engagements were on point. They were winning out some solid gunfights and getting in through each and every one of these games, and just luck wasn't on their side, man. Luck was on the side of Falcons, who kind of manufactured their own luck as well. Consistency was key here for them, getting in towards the final circle time and time again. I think out of 6 games, they were in that final circle 4 out of 6 games, and almost in that final circle in that 5th one as well. So, overall, great consistency from the team. It's just that RRQ as well as AGL just made this absolute cinema for us.
Hey, if it wasn't for RRQ, it could have been Esports who turns it into absolute cinema. If it wasn't Esports, maybe it was EVOS Divine. There was just so many teams by Rimnam Village. It's crazy. Honestly, even Flash could have been part of that, but they bailed out as soon as they realized how many people were by the area of Hangar, Clock Tower, and Rimnam. So at that point, I think they made the smartest decision to walk away from it.
Yeah, and on top of that, Buriram kind of joined the fight between AGL as well as WAG, and this is where Buriram kind of threw in a bit of interference, forcing WAG to falter, giving AGL a little bit of room for recovery, helping them escape, and that was one of those golden moments where we thought, okay, maybe this is that one moment where they needed, because they didn't really need to get the booyah. They just needed 2 more eliminations. They got 1, and then they got knocked out. It's so unfortunate that was just the case for the side of AGL. But that's how the cookie crumbles here. Everybody's hungry for those points. You need to find them, and not everybody gets to call themselves champion. Only one team at the very top gets to qualify for the grand finals. And once again, that's what this format gives us. Every day is a grand finals day. Just so freaking exciting. And now Falcons get to chill a little bit. And I think this is very dangerous because Falcons is a very rounded team, very put together with their engagements. They don't need this extra skirmishes. They don't need these extra days of plays. They need homework. They need all of that detailed analysis. They need to sit back and they need to pile on the pressure on these other squads with their early qualifier. And that's exactly what they've got on their side now, which I think is a huge threat to the others.
It is a huge threat, but I think more so for everybody else to really keep in mind that it's like they're running out of spots. It may feel like, oh, only the top 12 teams are going to participate, but that's the thing. There are only 4 more spots left before we start looking at some of the other teams coming in from week 6 onwards. So again, time is running short for teams who are not only looking hot, but can they maintain it from the very beginning? If PR and as well as Falcons can sneak away, WAG, RRQ, and I would even say arguably even EVOS Divine could have stolen today away. I don't think it's going to be happening again after tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, EVOS wasn't too far away. At the end of the day, they just needed extra 12 points. But of course, they kind of dragged their feet in the past few matches with a phenomenal finisher to the day. If that had been a little bit more of an effort thrown in the first 3-4 games, obviously this would be a totally different story. But this is very threatening because EVOS is not even trying, and they managed to finish in the 4th spot. Just like how Buriram kind of dragged their feet yesterday and still managed to get a very good placement. So these are those big squads that are able to just throw in a lot towards those final moments when they really, really want to, which is why the other teams, they need to focus more on this consistency. But this is the top 12 team that will be in participation next week in week 4, day 1.
We're adding the addition of Heavy this time round. And if we haven't learned anything from today, Flash, this was their first attempt at the play, and they got 2 booyahs already. So they know how to close out these games well. I want to see whether Heavy is going to add another element of surprise to everybody else, because they've already witnessed 2 days of play from every other team.
And I think Flash has kind of confirmed what is their strength. Their strength is placement points. Their strength is finding this final circle and just sticking it to that. and not really getting involved in many of these engagements, only when they are forced to. So avoiding these initial skirmishes, just kind of plotting their proper pathway in towards that final circle, just like what the prime RRQ would do, is going to be key for this Vietnamese squad to score big time in the grand finals. Maybe an early qualifier might not be so easy for Flash to pull off because of the the little bit of challenge that they face in terms of these engagements. But at the grand finals, if they can pull this off, I think this team is going to swipe away quite a huge chunk of the prize pool, and on top of that, find themselves a qualifier to the global finals.
It's anybody's game here so far. It really is anybody's game here. I am a little worried about teams who are, have been playing for at least the first 2 days, because then kind of everything is out in the open when it comes down to just raw research. And the fact that we're only going to come back next week, really, we might just see a completely different playstyle altogether compared to week number 3, which is a very high possibility.
Absolutely, and it is a blessing on top of everything else, because the last time around in spring we did have quite a dragged out marathon for Battle Royale. Now we've kind of shrunk that down a tad bit. It's still a marathon, don't get me wrong, but we do have more days for Clash Squad. So next week, Thursday, Friday, we still do get to enjoy quite a bit of Clash Squad. And then Saturday, Sunday is once again a little bit of drama as well as just pure excitement for you guys. Just back-to-back Battle Royale days on Saturday and Sunday, where 2 more teams will qualify for our grand finals. And the same thing happens for week 5, and week 6 is where the final 12 teams do battle. The top 6 teams will join the rest at the grand finals. Bottom 6 will get eliminated, but that's exactly how we love this, right? Because the competition at the grand finals, we've only got 1 day to get the job done well, and it's probably going to be as exciting as what we saw out there today.
Yeah, and honestly, I'm not going to lie, with the addition of Clash Squad, I do feel like Vietnam as a region now has a reason to be like, hey, let's just work on our gunfights, and this is one good excuse to do so in a traditional 4v4. And I think that's why we've seen so much improvement when it comes down to like the early game coming in from a majority of these Vietnamese squads.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it is also giving a good platform for the teams that don't usually shine in Battle Royale to have a little bit more screen time, to pull away a little bit more prize pool to their side as well, and to build up some of their fan base, right? I mean, look at Kagendra outplaying RRQ. Nobody, I did not see that one coming. Kagendra, they blew my mind, right? I think they were just so well put together with their sequencing of battle, kind of deflecting a lot of what would have punished the other teams, because RRQ is deadly with their grenades. Not the best team when it comes to Clash Squad, but still a very tough team to get through, and they could shine. And just like that, the Vietnamese teams have been able to shine as well. So I'm looking forward to a little bit more of Clash Squad, so make sure you guys catch us there as well. Once again, that's going to be next week on Thursday and Friday. And if you're wondering why we're still dragging this out, because clearly someone is setting up some loser headband elephant dance. I don't know. I am so curious what this is. Yesterday, we did not get what we were promised. Today, I hope we get it.
I think that's why we're taking so much time. They're going to each of the players who's like, please, this is like a Make-A-Wish Foundation ask. Like, you got to do this. Like, one of you, one representative is good enough. We don't need the whole squad. You can rock, paper, scissors, but we need somebody.
Wait, did I just hear we are wrapping up? I think we are wrapping up, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Looks like we don't get no loser headbands. We don't get no elephant dance. It is the end of the day. Sorry, what? It's so... Okay. So, we have the best Predator of Week 3. 22 eliminations by Mr. Ma'al. Once again, he was rocking the Skylar, Raphael, Maro, as well as the Awakened Moko. He was a monster. And Rasya runs the exact same active and passive build as this guy. Got more damage, just couldn't walk away with the eliminations. But the team of the day, of course, the one and only Falcons, who literally clunked out in the 12th spot on the final game.
Hey, that's why they're the team of the day. They literally won without their hands touching the phones at a certain point. They're like, all right, we got this in the bag, and we get team of the day. Oh boy, 95 points, 1 booyah, and 59 eliminations. Falcons, with no surprise, gets to move on into the grand finals, and also is our team of the day. Well done to them. Round of applause for them.
Absolutely, man. And of course, unfortunately, we gotta skip the LBS segment. We do not get anyone wearing the loser headband today. I guess everybody's a tad bit upset that they had a day of drama. But of course, thank you so much for joining us on this broadcast, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Gideon and I had a damn good day today. We'll catch you guys next week, same time, same place.